All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of the Market Close. Folks, what a freaking day, huh? I mean, dude, it's been a fun day in the equity markets. First day back from a long weekend, and we're green. We are pretty freaking green. The S&P 500 right here, up 2% on the day, back to the 590s. It looks like it's eventually getting ready to go back to that 600, 6,000 range. Just might take a few weeks, maybe another couple months to get there. Maybe even a couple days if it really accelerates, but it wants to get there. And I think it'll be choppy. But this momentum, based on some of the bad headlines we had last week, is really, really encouraging to see what we got going on. And markets are green. Robinhood, 65.84, up 4% of the day. Freaking Tesla was at 363. I didn't even notice it the whole day. And as I'm looking at it right now, 360, that's up 6.2% of the day. It feels like someone knows something about Tesla. I don't know what it means. Maybe we're going to get some announcements soon, but we do have some updates on Elon that we'll talk about a little bit later. Also, Elon's talk that he was supposed to do after the Starship launch, that got delayed to 8:30. So it was supposed to happen at like 12. It's happening later in the day. So Elon will be giving that talk a little bit later. Nvidia right here, 135. You had SOFI at 1333. Google's at 172. Google almost at 173 on the day. Amazon at 205. Meta at 641. I mean, you got a lot of green across the board. Grab is green on the day. MicroStrategy slightly green after turning red in the morning. Coinbase right here up 2%. Even Apple, which was at 197, now that's at $200. That's up 2.5%. SMCI is up 3.5%. Bitcoin back at 110. One stock that is red is Palantir. And I quite frankly have no idea why Palantir is red. So for everyone who's been asking me today, why is Palantir red? I don't know, bro. I legit don't know. Palantir on a day like this tends to go green with the broader market. My only guess is that there's some fund that's selling, right? And like Palantir has been a very high level momentum trade that has been happening over the past couple of weeks. Obviously, it's holding, almost a $300 billion market cap, so it doesn't surprise me that we're seeing some weakness. But HIMS as well, red on the day. HIMS and Palantir, the one major similarity is that they both have had an incredible past 2 months. HIMS right here down 3.4%. So I don't think it should scare anyone if HIMS is down 3.4% after being at 25 a couple months ago, and I definitely don't think it should scare anyone that Palantir is down 0.5% after being at 65 a couple months ago. But those two names that are kind of the poster childs of hardcore momentum, they are taking it on the chin a little bit today, down just a bit. But the rest of the market, pretty damn green, and it's really incredible to see how this green is happening. S&P 500 right here, 590.10 currently right now. By the way, all the insider selling that people were freaking out about last week, if you actually read the documents, which I read over the weekend, all of it was to cover taxes. None of it was, they wanted to cash out and make like literally all of that's why you had very specific numbers from Glazer, Sham, Karp, and Cohen. All of them were pre-scheduled sales to cover their tax obligations. So, I know a lot of people were freaking out about insider sales. I don't even think it matters if they wanted to take profits. Like, it is what it is. But none of it had to do with profit taking. All of it had to do with actually paying for their taxes. So it wasn't the biggest deal to me last week. Tesla right here at 360. You got Nvidia right here at 134. Nvidia earnings are tomorrow. And then Robinhood, we did hit 67 today. Robinhood right now at 65.86 currently on the day. Okay, so why were the markets green? For anyone who's wondering, why did we get some of this green momentum? Remember, we had three things happen today. We had Japanese bonds go in the right direction. So yields came down. This is what we really needed to see. Why did this happen? Because the Japanese the Ministry of Finance said, hey, we're going to stop issuing super long-term yields, which is good for the supply and demand dynamics of these yields coming down. That helped the US 10-year come down. That helped the US 30-year come down, which is great for the equity markets. So we had yields come down. That's good. Number two, we had Trump basically say, hey, we're getting close to a deal with the EU. I mean, they're probably not super close yet, but what he tweeted this morning was really encouraging, that the 50% tariff is now delayed until July 9th, and that Europe already called this morning to be able to set the terms and dates to be able to have advanced negotiations. That's something the market likes. And then remember, we had Kevin Hassett, who is one of the economic advisors of the White House. He said two things. Number one, he said the India deal is coming close to a finish line. I actually didn't report on that this morning because I found out a little bit later, but he said the India deal is coming close to a finish line, so that's bullish. And then number two, he said tariffs could go to 10% or less for some countries. Low tariffs would be good for countries with good offers, meaning that overall tariff rate, which is currently at 14%, which is stopping the Fed from cutting rates, that could hopefully come down. None of it confirmed, but the point is it's good enough news to get the market excited. And that's why I think we are seeing the day that we're seeing, S&P 500 right here, up about 2% on the day. So not bad. Now we do have some individual stocks that are getting some momentum. CoreWeave right here, 21%. So Interactive Brokers, I think one of the Presidents was on CNBC this morning, and I was listening to him, and he said 2 stocks are standing out on their platform that are getting massive levels of buyers. One is CoreWeave, and number 2, you guessed it, is indeed Palantir. So CoreWeave and Palantir from Interactive Brokers are getting a pretty sizable bid on the overall platform. And he did say retail were net buyers back in April, but he thinks retails are not net sellers right now, but retail buying has calmed down. So his argument is, hey, although this momentum trade is pretty aggressive, retail was buying a lot back in April, and now they're buying, but they're not buying as much as they were buying in April. And more importantly, he said retail is actually a net seller of Nvidia. So it's kind of funny. It's like if people are dumping their Nvidia to buy CoreWeave, I mean, I guess it's working out so far because CoreWeave's up a lot more. But still, that's kind of the stats that Interactive Brokers gave us this morning in regards to their users. So that's what we're seeing right now. Why is CoreWeave up 21%? I don't want to say it's a meme stock, but it's obviously starting to function as if it's more of a momentum trade versus just purely the fundamentals. And like, you know, that in this market, you've got some of those playing out across the entire market. But for CoreWeave, as an AI data center play, that's one of the most aggressive ones that we've been seeing so far. Nebius right here was up 3.4% on the day as well. AMD was up 4%, AMD up 3.4%, and then Nvidia right here up 2.84%. Market's expecting a big number from Nvidia tomorrow as well. And until you get that big number that Nvidia reports, hopefully it's going to be a really big number. You know, CoreWeave, AMD, a lot of these are going to be rooted in speculation, but we'll get the actual details tomorrow. So that's going to be a big one as well. I'll be live with Tanner and Roy tonight at 9:30 p.m. Eastern. And we will discuss more about our expectations for NVIDIA. And obviously we'll talk more about what happened with Robinhood today. Rocket Lab's up 12% because they're getting included into the Russell 1000. So that was big for Rocket Lab. All the space names getting some love. Rocket Lab right here, 12.27%, and not bad at all for Rocket Lab. And it looks like that one's going to close hopefully above that 28 level, which is really nice. Now, Robinhood, great day for Robinhood. I think it's benefiting from Bitcoin. It's benefiting from overall volatility in the market. Here's a stat that is directly correlated to Robinhood. So, you know how Citadel, the market maker that handles 1 out of every 4 trades that happens every single day in the United States, their fund was down 1.7% in March. Today, the Financial Times is reporting profits jumped 70% year over year to $1.7 billion in Q1 for Citadel due to a surge in higher trading volumes. This is really bullish for Robinhood because Robinhood makes a lot of money off of trading, even if they're not a market maker. And Citadel actually pays Robinhood a lot of money for their order flow. So if Citadel is getting this much money and putting up $1 billion in profit, obviously that means that there's probably some retail momentum that's helping them as well. So I think Q2 is going to be massive for Robinhood. We have another month in June to kind of see how it plays out. The Bitcoin narrative is there. They're having a Bitcoin or a crypto event in the end of June when it comes to their France event. They might announce a lot of stuff with tokenization, all that stuff. So the narrative is strong. Robinhood up 5%. Momentum is behind its back. Is it aggressive here in terms of price and valuation? Yes. My strategy has been writing covered calls against it. I don't think that's the worst idea right now. But I do think that, you know, the future of finance is getting a big bid, just given all this momentum. And that's where we're seeing Robinhood try to get above 70. And hopefully we've got S&P inclusion next Friday. And we'll see if Robinhood can get into the S&P. Tesla right here. We got 7 minutes until the market closes. Tesla 362. Incredible day for Tesla. Again, the bad things for Tesla today were European sales are down 49%. UBS said you should sell it. And China registrations were not the best. Market really does not care. Stocks up 7%. Maybe it's just because the market's looking forward to other things. Maybe there's going to be an announcement later. But when we speak about momentum, Tesla being the poster child for that as well. And that one up 7% as well on the day. OKLO is up 10%. OKLO not slowing down. Again, those nuclear energy executive orders last week were super bullish. SMR is up 16%. I did not see that today. My goodness. If you are in nuclear energy, congrats. If you're in any of these plays, except nano nuclear, that's down 3% of the day. But SMR, incredible. 16% along with OKLO. And nano nuclear was like up 30% last week. So that one's not too bad. FUBO's up 11%. I don't know why FUBO's up. I didn't get to see why. Is it something to do with their Disney lawsuit or something, even though that was resolved already? I'm not sure exactly why FUBO's up 11%, but if you're in FUBO as well, again, it's one of those days where everything's green. Everything's green. I mean, pretty much everything is green. So a lot of momentum across the entire market. Yes, wartime Elon as well. I mean, that's another thing. Elon pretty much has been tweeting for the past couple of days that he's done with, basically he's done with Doge. That he's just like, not going to be spending as much time there. And that could be another reason why the market is getting very excited for them as well. Netflix all-time highs. I mean, again, this was one of those days, bro. 1209 up 2%. Even Google at 173. Palantir looking like it's going to go green into the close. We got 4 minutes left at 123. Palantir has been kind of flat throughout the day, but outside of that, and along with HIMS, which is still down about 2.5%, This has been a day where there's been a lot of buying. S&P 500 up 1.9%, and the Qs right here are up 2.3%. We do have OKTA earnings after the bell, so that's one that we're looking at, and then we will get straight into Technical Tuesday. Going to be very curious to hear Jason's thoughts on how he's thinking this market is looking from a technical perspective. In terms of OKTA, this is a important company. It's a SaaS company. The street wants $680 million of revenue and 77 cents a share. Let me know if anyone owns the stock. But this one is one that we're going to be looking at as well. What about the quantum names? I didn't check on them all day. IONQ, that's up 5%. That was down 7% in the morning. QBTS was down 7%. That one is still down 7%. And then Rigetti was up 4%. Rigetti is now up 1%. Martin Shkreli has been tweeting all morning about IONQ and how it's a scam. I think his short is really not doing well right now. But yeah, if you follow him on Twitter, he's really upset about IONQ. But that one is up 4.7% today. Okay, Navitas, this one again expanded their partnership with Nvidia. It was up 200% last week. It's up 46% on the day. You know, ironically, if you chased it up 200%, you were going to get another 40% as we're seeing today. I mean, there's money in the markets and there's money that's ready to speculate. Navitas right here up another 47%. Pretty incredible. Then we also had that gaming company, Sept Gaming, I think was the ticker symbol. STEP. What was the ticker on that stock? I forgot. Sept Gaming. That thing was up like 500% or something like that. There's momentum. There's momentum in this market right now. And I wouldn't be surprised to see this momentum fade out a little bit, but as of right now, it is definitely pretty strong. Tesla right here at 362. SBET. Okay, that stock, SBET. SharpLink Gaming. Yeah, 435%. So if you bought it at 50, damn, it got to 50, bro. If you bought it at 50, it's at 35. Not the best. But on May 23rd, if you bought it at, $3, $4, it's at 35, which is pretty good. It's a pretty incredible market. Pretty incredible market. Yes, Technical Tuesday will be happening later today, probably in like 15 minutes. And we will get to all the different technicals today. And I don't have to leave at 6:30 today like I had to do last week, so we can stay long and get through a lot of tickers. VG, also a great day. VG up 8.6%. It's been a strong day, bro. It's been a strong day for the broader markets. It's been green. And although some have kind of lagged throughout the day, I think based on all the stuff we talked about, whether it was Japanese bond yields, Kevin Hassett saying good stuff, Trump saying stuff about the EU, you got a lot of stuff in the US Treasury markets in terms of different regulations that are going to start to be passed and the markets recognizing that a lot more. It's what you needed for the momentum that we've seen throughout the day. And then we had a Palantir partnership. Palantir partnered with Bain. So I'll talk more about this on the daily recap, but the partnership pairs Palantir's state-of-the-art AI operating system with Bain's deep expertise across different sectors. Bain is one of the top consulting firms on the planet. Palantir just partnered with SAP last week, biggest technology firm in Europe, 400,000 clients. And they partnered with TWG a week before that when it came to regional banks in the finance sector. So I'm just seeing all these different partnerships as a much stronger go-to-market. And that stronger go-to-market is obviously giving them a lot more momentum, hopefully, to expand their clients. And the more clients they get, the more that this valuation will be able to be grown into, which is pretty much, what we need to see happen in the world of Palantir. All right, cool. Good stuff. Here we go. We got earnings and then we got Technical Tuesday. Thank you, everybody, for being here. We are back to another market close. It is Tuesday, May 27th, 4 p.m. The stock market is now closed. All right, Robinhood closes above 66. Tesla closes above 362. And Palantir 123, basically flat on the day. Nvidia, wow, what a surge at the end. Nvidia was like barely above 135, 135.43 at the very end of the day. Not a bad performance by Nvidia, Hood, and Tesla. RKLB as well, closing above 28. I'm going to put pump and dump in the chat right here on OKTA. Let's see what you guys have to say about this one. Let me know if anyone owns this one. OKTA, pump or dump. But this is kind of the main earnings that we have today. We also are seeing a lot of momentum in, again, some of big tech. Even Google, 172 up 2.5% of the day. Sundar just did another interview. We'll watch a little bit of that interview as well with The Verge. And so we talked about a bunch of different things, but he's starting to do a lot more press in regards to explaining what's going on with AI. Even Apple, 200, up 2.5% of the day. SMCI was up 4% of the day. Reddit was up 3.83%. Bitcoin at 109.8. Rocket Lab, 28.75, 13% on the day. Robin closing above 66. Palantir, 123. Nvidia, wow, Nvidia's actually moving after hours, dude. I don't know if there's any news on Nvidia, but it's moving. It is moving. Let's pull up Webull. Let's see what we got on OKTA. We should be getting that pretty soon, if not in a couple minutes. But we are, OKTA, there we go. We got it. Down 9%. Okay, that one's not good. That one's not good. OKTA right here, down 9%. What happened with OKTA or OKTA? Am I saying it wrong? I'm probably saying it wrong. Okay, they beat by EPS on 12%, 86 cents versus 77 cents a share. Revenue, they beat by 1%, 688 million versus 680 million. EPS is up 32% year over year. Revenue is up 12% year over year. There is something that the market doesn't like about this. There is something that the market doesn't like about this. I would imagine it has to do with guidance. Was I actually saying it wrong? Was I legit saying it wrong? I thought it was OKTA, bro. Of course it was OKTA. Of course. Of course. Why wouldn't it be OKTA? Why wouldn't it be the opposite of what I'm saying? Whatever. Down 11%. Okay. So they beat on EPS and revenue. I don't know exactly what the street is so upset about. It has to be something with guidance or maybe something more specific in regards to operating margins right here that's getting the street at. So we'll try to dive deeper into it. But that stock is currently down. LLMs made a bit dumb. Now the pronunciation thing has nothing to do with LLMs. That's just, you know, that's different issues that I've got going on. All right, that was the big earnings, down 10.2%. This is a $21 billion company, not the biggest company in the world, but it's not like a small cap or anything. So that stock right here down. Is Nvidia still up after hours? Nvidia is 135.50. There you go, up 3.2% of the day. It hit 135.77 like 5 seconds ago. A little bit of moves after hours. Maybe we're going to get anything around the semis today. AMD slightly flat after hours, 114.56. Tesla 362. Tesla almost closed at 363. It's already at 363 after hours. 7% day on Tesla. $1.17 trillion market cap on Tesla. It was stuck at 700 billion for the past couple of months. That one is now back. Nvidia right here at 135. And then Hoodie got that beautiful 66 close, 66.14 currently right now after hours on Hood. Yeah, PDD got hit on earnings as well. That one was pretty ugly, dude. I mean, they missed EPS by 40%. It recovered a little bit throughout the day. It was down 20%. Now it's down to 13%. But they've had a lot of cash on their balance sheet. And so that's why people like them. But earnings just weren't the best. CoreWeave is, whoa, down 6% after hours. Hold on. Is that why Nvidia was going up? People were dumping CoreWeave to buy Nvidia? Dude, see, this is what chasing is tough in this market, bro. It's like, I know there's FOMO, but you got to protect your mental sanity. If you bought CoreWeave at freaking 120 and you got up to 123 and you're like, cool, I chased and it went up $3 and I'm making money. Now it's back at 117. Like, it could go back to 120 or back to 100. Who knows? Like, it's just chasing stuff is tough. It's a lot of swings up and down. Why is CoreWeave breaking after hours? I don't know. A rug could be pulled right now if there was any fund that was kind of loading up on it just to dump later. I don't see any news after hours. CoreWeave is up 200%, by the way, since IPO. Apparently people were buying the July $105 calls aggressively. So that option flow was pretty strong on CoreWeave. But yeah, I don't know why it's down right now. I don't see why it's down right now. CoreWeave has an offering, apparently. Did they dilute again? Which I wouldn't blame them, bro. I wouldn't blame them if they diluted again. They already tried to dilute with $2 billion last week. That didn't work to get the stock down. I'll let you guys know if I see another offering, but if anyone has the news, put it in the chat. I don't see the exact number, but if anyone has it, let me know. Let me know if you sees it. Yo, shout out to Caesar. Caesar was at the Boston meetup. Caesar, thank you for being here, brother. This guy was awesome. He was in some of the pictures I posted this morning. So shout out to him. He's in Boston for like the next couple months and he decided to show up to the meetup. So appreciate you, man. Thank you for showing up to the meetup and thank you for being here and being part of the community. So shout out to you, Caesar. CoreWeave right here. Still don't see the offering. Hopefully we'll get some more data soon. Where is OKTA? OKTA, are we still dumping? Yeah, 10.5%. Let me see if I can get some coverage on this and see what's going on here and why the market is upset. All right, let's get some coverage on OKTA. Oh, Tom Lee was on. Okay, let's do the OKTA thing real quick, and then we'll go to Tom Lee. and then we'll get to Technical Tuesday.
Results first. EPS coming in 86 cents adjusted. Street wanted to see 77 cents. Revenues a beat here by $8 million, 688 million. Street wanted 680. As for guidance, although it looks pretty good on the numbers wise, there's some commentary here that might be why we're seeing a drag on the stock. They're saying in the release, quote, "We're now factoring in potential risks related to the uncertain economic environment for the remainder of fiscal year 26. Just as a reminder, we're currently this is for the first quarter of fiscal year 2026. But again, guidance looks pretty much in line or above estimates, despite that commentary seems to be sending shares down 10.5%, John.
For the quarter, Steve, but if I look at the full year revenue guidance that was expected at 2.86 billion, and what they're saying here, 2.85 to 2.86, it looks like that full year guide is lower, right?
That's right. That's right. Q2 looking good, but the rest of the year, because of this uncertainty, they're driving it down a little bit. So yeah, now you see shares taking a little bit of a leg lower as we're talking here, John.
Got it. Steve Kovac, thank you. And OKTA CEO is going to break down these results.
So it wasn't really a dramatic earnings. It wasn't bad. Full year revenue guidance just slightly down a little bit. There's something else they have had to have said that's getting the street upset, down 10.644%. They did say there's going to be more uncertainties, which could create some weakness in our business, but that's not really them blaming the tariffs or anything on their core revenue growth. So that is kind of weird why the street's this upset. And I think there's more to the story. That one down 11.2%. CoreWeave was down 7%. Now it's down 3%. People are buying the dip after hours on CoreWeave. I still don't see the amount on the offering if they did an offering. But if that was the reason, we should be getting some news soon on why that's getting hit. Tesla up a little bit after hours, 363. Palantir right here, 123.88. And then you got Robinhood at 66.01 after hours. Let's get to Tom Lee, see what he had to say about this momentum in the market. And then we will get deeper into Technical Tuesday as well.
Your small cap call has not worked yet. So why do you think, on the flip side here, large caps and tech can continue to perform?
Well, I mean, today, S&P and tech, I mean, they're up over 2.5%. It's not because the tariff headlines were better over the weekend. It just shows you that most investors and many large investors are dramatically underweight equities. And this is, a bit of a panic buy into the market. And I think when they look for, when we think that this is what's taking place, that means leadership's going to come from the large liquid sectors. And that's why we think the Mag 7 is going to be leading. I mean, financials, industrials as well, but a lot of washed out stocks, like stocks that really got beaten up early in the year, didn't make new lows in April, were the Mag 7. So I think that's where the leadership's coming from, John. But I agree with small caps that when investors finally start to focus on fundamentals, and small caps will rally, and I don't think it rules out small caps having a huge second half.
Okay, hold on. We've got OKTA earnings rolling in. Stock is down big.
Okay, let's see if there's anything else he had to say, and then we will keep going from there.
Past to companies that don't give guidance. I mean, I don't think OKTA's sort of pulling guidance means actually there's a downturn coming. It's just, I don't know how anyone could actually say what they expect for the next 2 quarters. But that being said, I do think 2026 is shaping up to be pretty good. So I not only do I think it's a good M&A environment next year, but we'll have deregulation, we'll have some visibility on taxes. I think the tariff drama is behind us, and the Fed, who's been on hold, is probably going to be dovish next year. I mean, to me, all of that means PE should be going up, and I think the $7 trillion of cash on the sidelines starts to get deployed.
Okay, Charlie, we've still got rates.
All right, so Tom Lee saying, hey, a lot of the big guys, they've got to invest, they've got to put out more money, and as a result, they are, as Morgan Stanley also said, not necessarily chasing, but they are having to deploy excess capital because they need to deploy excess capital. Some of them definitely are chasing because they missed it in April. And as a result, you've got more money coming in. You got more money still on the sidelines. You got rates that are hopefully on the way to coming down. You got earnings growth that is not bad. All of that put together, along with better potential trade deals that are on the way based on what Trump said this morning around the EU and what Kevin Hassett said. It just makes you, I guess, wonder what is the bear case. And there's plenty of different bear cases that are out there. You could say that we're in too much of a momentum market with CoreWeave trading at 200% up from IPO, but that also doesn't necessarily mean that the entire market has to go back down to that 4,800 level that we saw in the S&P back in April. Robinhood right here, after hours currently up 65.96 or down just a little bit after closing at 66. Okay, so Vlad will be talking at this Bitcoin conference. We will cover that after his talk is done. I don't think he's going to be making any big announcement, guys. He's probably just going to be talking about why crypto is important and why like Robinhood is a big player in crypto. They have an event coming out in France at the end of June. So I think any big announcement will be happening at that event. OKTA still down 11%, not today at the Bitcoin conference. But when his keynote is done, we'll cover what he talked about. And more likely than not, he'll just be talking about tokenization and Bitcoin as a core asset that the US can't deny anymore. And that's probably setting him up for that June event that we've got in France as well. All right, cool. There we go. That was the news after hours. You got OKTA right here down about 10%. Everything else slightly flat to down. Tesla right here down just a little bit. Robinhood down a little bit. Nvidia as well. 135.48. Let's get a grasp on what's going on in this market from a technical perspective. And to do that, we are going to bring on one of the best technical analysts, in my opinion, on the planet to help us understand what's going on. If you don't care about TA, you can leave the stream. You don't have to stick around. If you do care about TA, today's Technical Tuesday, we're going to spend basically the next 3 hours going through as many tickers as we can and looking at, do we think from a technical perspective, these tickers are in the right spot? And we'll get some thoughts from Jason on the overall macro. Having said that, it is time to roll the intro. What's up, man?
What's up, man? It is Tuesday. Today is Tuesday.
Green Day, bro.
Green Tuesday. Technically, it is Tuesday. And it's great. Crazy. Actually funny because Friday, if you remember, it really was not looking that hot. And magically, Trump market 2.0, we get a nice little headline. 30 or 90-day pause on whatever. Yes, guys, Steve is in the house.
Steve's coming later. Steve will be there. This is also another Steve. We'll just call him Steve here. So.
You know.
Yeah, dude, I think we got a lot to analyze. We got a lot of stocks that are having a lot of momentum. I think today, let's start off with S&P because we got a big move, 2%. Very curious what you think about resistance, higher highs, lower lows, all that stuff. And yeah, I think let's get started with the S&P.
I think let me know when you're ready. Cool. All right. So I would let's say start with the weekly count, if that makes sense. So weekly count meaning, I'm going to clean this up a little bit. Weekly as in weekly candlesticks. And I think that's probably the best way to go. So last week, we actually closed on the lows. And again, the lines on my screen, white is a 20-day simple moving average. Blue is a 50-day simple. Red is a 200-day. Let me just take it off just to make it easier and cleaner. And this is where we were closing out the week. We actually closed at the lows, and this was looking, if today opened red, it could have been pretty bad, but actually it just saved it. So what I'm going to do is not last week, but the week before, I'm going to draw a quick 2 lines, right? And so if you look at this kind of closely, it looks like this candle last week was not strong enough. Clearly, it was not strong enough to make a new high and hold it. It did open up towards the highs, but quickly turned around looks like about 595, 594.5, and retested the lows. Thankfully, we didn't close on the actual lows. It was very close. If I drop this down to a daily, then you'll start to see how this started to form. And this was Friday. So this is Friday, and we magically get a bit of a relief rally here. That said, that leaves us so far back to the weekly count. Yes, it is a higher low. And yes, technically last week was a little bit, barely a little bit, but nonetheless, a little bit higher high. So from a week to week trend count, we're still actually alive. what I'm doing right now is that this last week happens to be what we would call like an outside week or a bearish engulfing week, which doesn't mean that all bets are off. It just means that we've seen this before. It means that we have a little bit of price discovery and a little bit of range bound trading to do. So we're not actually out of the woods quite yet, but the fact that we held this 577, which was not last week, but the week before's low, that becomes that crucial key kind of support level. Right. I believe it's just above the 200-day simple moving average right here. So it makes sense to bounce. But again, we're not really going through and breaking levels until we're firmly over, I'd say 598. But to be completely fair, if we crack through this level, 594, I would say that retesting this upper bound here is very much in play. And if I draw that, not this, but this last high, if I just hold it and go straight across, we can kind of see there's actually a pretty big area right in here that started to act as support in the past. And so little wicks down below, it makes sense, right? But we have to actually get back over this level. And until then, that is that overhead kind of resistance, if you will. Right. So because of that, look, number one, we're not in a bear market anymore. So congrats. I'm a little bummed because I didn't get to buy everything I wanted to, but you know, it is what it is. And even the gap. So I'm going to do another quick line over here. That's 585. So there's two little gaps that I'm going to highlight. When I say gap, I use after hours data. So I have my after hours and pre-market charts on, so you can see that. And what I'm going to highlight right now is just a pretty clear inefficiency in the market. So we have two of these down below. When it comes to gaps, I think this is important. A lot of people get it kind of mixed up. It doesn't mean that they have to fill at all just because they're there. Definitely doesn't mean that they have to fill right now. We have like what we would call a gap and go kind of situation where the market it's in kind of new price discovery mode. Again, back to super bullish. But I would say you do want to keep in mind that these absolutely exist down here. They may not even come into play until like September, if at all, right? And we can continue to go significantly higher. What I wanted to do is, if this is the daily chart, where this is going to take us, and I'll just take these lines down for a little bit. We're going to start seeing, look, we're well off the highs. We'll probably, with any continuation, continue to contend with all-time highs somewhere up in here. And this is going to start to look like one of those big cup and handle kind of patterns again, right?
And that gets us easily to like that 6,200 range, I think.
Yeah, actually. So if I'm just going to measure just this last week of consolidation, because it's very much up to Nvidia this week, right? I think that's pretty much a given. I would hope it's a given. That does take us to like 608s, give or take, which is on this consolidation for an extension. But even if that happens, right, let's say we get a little something like this, and then you retest those highs and you even get a little of a breach, you can still pull down and fill all of those gaps to the downside in a bearish moment for the market. It's still very possible. This remains a better dip buy, and that would actually broaden out or kind of like give you that full-blown cup and handle type situation. So I think as long as it's as long as we are holding higher lows and respecting higher lows, it's fine. The market's hot today. So that is what it is. I don't know that it's going to continue on. We could be blood red next week. Just one day doesn't really mean a whole lot. We've rallied to a very contentious area on the market. I'll just put the cues up here for a second.
Real quick, Jason, before we continue, we got breaking news. Rocket Lab has acquired a company just now called Geost I'm probably saying it wrong, but whatever. A payload provider to the Department of Defense for U.S. national security space missions and its next generation satellite constellations. Rocket Lab's stock after hours is down 1%. That tends to happen when you acquire a company. But maybe this is also why it was green outside of the Russell 1000 news. More
all the space names were green today, I think. Did
People
you see that Redwire?
SpaceX, but yeah, I Redwire, ASTS, all of them.
Redwire was like a 26% day. I was like, whoa. But yeah, I think so that we have a little divergence in at the index levels, kind of where I was pointing. So the Qs are very much heavily at overhead resistance, It can easily press through, but it doesn't mean that this would be like a situation where, excuse me, like we bang our heads up and over a couple times before and come back before we actually make a move in one direction or the other. It may be higher, it may be lower. For now, this looks like 600 on SPY, possibly up to that 608s, maybe, but that's definite overhead resistance. And Qs is at it right now. So very much up to really Nvidia at this point.
Okay, so before Nvidia, can we do Tessie? Because that one really broke out, and a lot of people are wondering why is it up 7% today?
Why not?
Well, I mean, it's had a hell of a move. Why 7% again today? I guess is my question.
Well, I mean, it's the same move.
Better question. Can it hold this 360, 350 level, or is this a little bit of just too much hype?
It's actually like 355, give or take. I'll start on the same thing on a weekly perspective. So this is that broader. Oh, no, sorry. This is much older downtrend. That downtrend tagged. That was the last more recent one. And then this most recent trade from here to here. I think I posted a follow-up on it today. This was that target area. This is you're coming into it. You're not quite there. Actually, it can get up higher. This is daily. You're just coming into resistance now. I think it had a lot of bad news priced in. If I take this as a consolidation area, yeah, that puts me right in that possibly 385 level. Today, I'll just go back to the week to week for just a minute. Yeah, so last week, Tesla really didn't go very far, right? So same kind of exercise. Last week was kind of a breather week for Tesla. This is last week's high. It breached it for just a second, last week's low. This price is about 350. I think it's 355. It might be a little bit higher. Call it 355 on these two wicks right there. So when Tesla broke out over 355, yeah, it can make another little run into that 370s, possibly up to 400s. But this was always in that kind of trajectory. So a big move, big sideways rest period. It's ready. The 2 weeks. I mean, it's just continuing on to do what it was doing before.
Is the upside 440-ish is what I've been hearing? Is that what you're seeing, or what are you thinking?
I mean, no, I'm so I don't want to get too crazy.
No, let's get crazy. It's Technical Tuesday. Give me the Uber bull case and the Uber bear case on the technicals.
Do you want Uber bear or Uber bull?
I want both. What's the best case, worst case scenario?
I don't think you're ready for Uber bull. This is going to sound stupid. Well, okay. I'll just fundamentals aside, literally just the charts. Uber bull would be if this in its entirety, which is really far away, is is consolidation. I can't believe you're having me do this right now.
Let's just see it. What do we got?
And it goes and it doubles.
Yeah, we're at 800.
750.
I have a friend who bought a crap ton of.
It's 757. Can you trade for that right now? Hell no.
Yeah, no way. No way.
Right, but or should you be? Absolutely not. But if you're investing, that's trajectory.
I have a friend who bought a lot of
$900
$900 calls, but that's right before Tesla tanked, and so he's recovering on those. But he thinks December 2027 this thing's closer to 900, which, you know, he's an uber bull. I don't know if we get there, but you do have people believe.
So first stop would be 650. Dude, I don't feel comfortable doing that.
Okay, now what's the bear case? What's the bear case if we lose these levels?
Bear case is, okay, so if this is consolidation, I'm do the same thing, but I'm going to make this. Then you're actually right into what we would call the bearish retracement. So golden zone between, which is a 50% retracement from swing high to swing low. 50% is 350. The golden zone is 50 to 61.8% from a fib perspective. It could actually get just up to 390 and still be a bearish situation. So the bear case is you get up here. This is an up thrust right into resistance. You lock a lower high. You do it again, and you're back down into the sub 200s. That's bear case because you're not. Look, if you want to be a good bull, right, you got to know where the bears are hiding. The bears are hiding here. They were hiding at 350. I think that they kind of gave up a little bit, which to me means that this should make it into that maybe 390 area. But that's when they're going to try and step in one more time. And that is a bigger, see this, where this was support in the past.
Yeah.
So I can see this happening pretty quickly. And that acting as, looks like it wants to springboard, but then ultimately acting as resistance and pushing it down later on. And then you have to deal with basically the level that we're at right now, 350s again. Because if it fails there, right now it looks like we're going here. If it fails there and does this, well, okay, you're going to want Tesla to act as support. Maybe it does this and then come back up. That's what would have to happen. But all of this is in the pathing of, 750. It's all there. But the 350 pivot now becomes your critical level. So my post today, I did post it today. My post today is 350. So you have to hold in strength. Like you have to hold that strong.
Yeah, that makes sense because it's been struggling to even hold 345-ish for the past couple of weeks, right? So
yeah,
like actually,
so you want all of that to start acting as support. Now that it's broken out, it can get retested. That's fine. It's also Tesla, so it doesn't have to retest. It can just go.
Yeah. Okay. Can we
But
do
this is day
one for tomorrow, Mr. Nvidia?
So I mean, we're tracking. It's good to have some kind of consolidation. I think you really need to do your fundamental analysis on here to decipher where this could go. The question is basically, has it gone too far, too fast, right? And you are up significantly from the lows. It was a laggard coming in. You are out. So I'm cleaning this up as we're talking. You're out of the downtrend, like the prevailing downward channel. That's broken, so that's good. You've pulled back a little bit. You don't have a clean retest, but again, you don't really need it. We always talk about this little area on Nvidia, which was 130 down to 123, that $3 trillion level. That used to act as support, did after the first time it was broken. And then if you look across what happened this last week, it did it again. So it did it again. And the last time it did it again, it was right into this area. So this becomes your overhead kind of resistance. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take this block and I'm going to grab a quick volume profile just to see where most of that volume was traded in that upper consolidation. Call it from here to here. Looks like, well, looks like you're on it. So, just a little bit over. Yeah, this 140. This is definitively neutral. This is a no touch for me from a trading perspective. The chart says don't touch it and wait, but you're going to have a fundamental case separately. You'd have to be over 140 for the next leg to happen, right? So the chart from a technical perspective, this is saying 141 here is going to be your next overhead resistance. But with earnings this week, everything's overpriced. We're not touching it. What I would need to see to trade it again is next week, see it break up, overhold, and come back down, end up retest of that 140. That would be ideal. What's not happening that you're going to ask for, or maybe people want to know, I'm telling you it's not happening, is an extension into 180s if this entire area becomes consolidation. When I say not happening, I mean not happening by next week, just to be crystal clear. That would look like into the 200s much later on, but for like, yeah, it's probably going to crack its, like, hit its head on 200.
What does your gut say? You think it's going to be a...
My gut?
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a nothing burger, completely flat, which I think would be great. Actually.
I agree.
I think it's going to be
in the past month. It's not
yeah,
bad.
Exactly. I think it's a lot better than, I think it's going to be a lot better than what people might be fearing. But there's probably going to be something to chew on, but it's Jensen too. Like it's Jensen, man. Like he's polished. He's good at this. If anybody can, sidestep this, to me, glaring weekly head and shoulders, Jensen will do it. Yeah. But this is a non-issue. This meaning the double top with the head and shoulders. That's a non-issue right now, because fundamentals are going to change the story on this after they report.
Right. Okay, can we do Palantir, which actually was rather flat today on a green 2% S&P day?
So back to weekly chart. Last week was flat. This week's, is just beginning. It's the week before last that you kind of want to watch right here. That's 2 weeks ago. And this is this week. So this is just horizontal lines. Basically what we call this is consolidation, which is, it just is what it is. So last week, this weekly candle inside the week prior, this week inside last week so far. This is a double inside week, we'd call it. For now, what that means, and I'm just dropping down to the daily, is that 119.63, you do want to see hold. In general, it can pull back down to 115. You really want to see 115 hold. But it's a pretty big box. Big, I guess, is relative for Palantir. From 134 down to so $20 wide zone that this looks like this is currently consolidating inside of. So to me, really, there are only two little trades. Like one would be from this area to that area, or this area to this area, which for Palantir, that could happen in a single session. So it's not that big of a deal. But in general, I'd call it like 135 is kind of like your overhead spot, and downside 115s. And this is definitely consolidation until it's outside of that box. Outside of that, if it does, yeah, it's still in that 150s.
It also matches up with the fundamentals, because obviously stock prices are multiples aggressive. So it kind of chilling out is not the worst thing in the world. Yeah,
it's really not. And I think 125, you might think is a pivot right now, but because of that weekly setup, the last 2 weeks is just definitive rest. 125 is this February high. I think when Amit rung the bell for the first time and called the top.
That was true in February 2024.
But it's no longer the top. So there's that, which is good. And And that's a good place to hold above and consolidate. So this having some kind of consolidation, right? Like that, it's weird, whatever. But even if it's like that, that's ideal, right? Do you want me to do that? It's still the same. It's still like 160s, 155 to 160s.
Yeah. Okay. Guys, I see all your tickers. Trust me, we will get to all of them. We're here for the next 3 hours, so you just got to be a little patient. We're trying to get through all of them, but yes, we will get through pretty much all the tickers that you guys have. Hoodie, 7% day.
Well, we talked about it last week.
I've been buying, bro. I'm the one bidding every time. Today I bought 100 shares. About 65.20. About another 100 shares.
Oh my God.
Like I'm becoming you back in February, and I'm just buying, and I don't care. And again, the real reason, it sounds degen, but the real reason is I think we had the 20% drop in April. I don't think we see that again. And if we do, then my average is low enough where I don't care that much, and my calls will print. So but the options market is also getting aggressive. It was today Robin had traded 253,000 contracts.
Dude, I know. Trust me, I know. How come I can't see? Man. I think I bought 100 shares also is what I was trying to find.
You and me are twinning today. We both. Dude, either we're really stupid for buying at 61.
I'm getting for real though.
Either it's going to be dumb or it's going to work out. But I don't know.
No, 75. I got 75. All right.
What do you mean 75? You bought at 75? What are you talking about?
No, I bought 75 shares.
Oh, 75 shares. Okay. I was like, we're not at 75.
Is this like that token amount so that like I feel okay? Because like it's really like daily dollar cost average. Okay. So we talked about this. I don't know.
Do you like the chart or no? Like on first look? Is it a double top or is it a...
No, I like the chart. It's a 52-week high. It's not a double top.
That's fair.
It's 65. So like seeing it today, and here's that last earnings kind of debacle. I don't know. You don't have a hoodie bell, do you?
I don't.
Good. I mean, I don't even know if I count this because like it really only traded here for like a minute, right? But I do think that, okay, let me get a little granular because I guess this is going to be important. To me, it's 65, but we'll go ahead and take this after hours area. That is 66.20. So I'm glitching. Sorry. Oh,
we hit what, 67.90 today? What did we hit today? No, 67.15.
We hit a new 52-week high.
Yeah.
That's what's true. And so the week is looking up so far. But I really want to see it hold. I would really like to see a full week's candle over this. Call it 66.20. Like if we had a weekly full weeks trading over 66 and a quarter, I mean, like,
I mean, dude, I don't know if we can hold 65 and above that easily because it is so volatile. Bitcoin could tank, all that stuff. But as of now, it's holding up.
It's a wild one. Because they're gonna come out and they're all gonna be hunting for this 85. So going back over here, this weekly is 60. 59.96. He was leaving. I don't even notice it. It's 59.96, which we held, and now it's this week that we have to hold. So 59, just under 60, becomes like the major area. This is very much like Palantir back when you have this massive shelf that like you don't, I'm not so sure that I believe that is a thing, but I know that the market is just like drooling over.
Is this a cup and handle, or there's no
Yeah.
handle?
Well, right. So that's kind of where we're at. Like if the handle shows up, I guess the question is like, where does it? It could still pull back all the way to 50 and still be valid. So that's why, I mean, it's not even that big of a deal. 85 is right in line. If this ends up being consolidation near term,
Right.
just 50% of this consolidation area, I mean, 50% is 85. If it's a full-blown doubling, that's how we get to 104. Just over 100. But you know what happens to stocks that cross 85 anyways. So I don't even know why we're doing that.
Well, also, I mean, we got S&P June 6th, bro.
Oh, I thought it was September.
No, the next one is June, and then there's another September one, but hopefully they don't pick someone else.
So then they're probably gonna run it up. Sorry, I really don't trade Robinhood a whole lot. I mean, well, you may or may not know. There were a lot of June, I think it was 70s and 75s. That's next month.
Yeah.
June monthlies. Yeah. 70s going out for $3 a piece. There are a lot of those. And there are some 75s going out. 75s are a little sketchy to me, but here's what's different about this one is that they're buying not just the monthlies, they're buying time. I see November 70s going out in strength. I see December 70s. I see Jan 2026 80s with thousands. You don't see that a whole lot with time. So Jan 2026 80s, over 1,000 volume traded today. It's a lot. It's a lot of people thinking that that's what's going to happen. November 70s. Did I say November already? Yeah, there are a lot of September 55s and 60s that might have come out. Those look like larger, maybe. Oh my God, August 70s. I can't open this option chain and not see. Wow, Joel. Yeah, and not see a lot of volume.
I think your $50 support thesis is going to be true. Okay, can we do Rock Lab and then we'll do Meta? Can we do Rock Lab?
So did you say you think it's coming down to 50?
No, I don't think it is, but if it does, then 50 hopefully support on hoodie.
At this point, I mean, we thought that last time though.
That's true.
Right.
Then Trump tariffed Zimbabwe by 50%.
He did. No, this is good, but this is coming in really hot. I don't know what the news was, right? This is coming in really hot into a bit of a, it's a breakout today, but like breakout from where it was, but into that like upside target, if you will, area. So this one's harder because if you're long term, it's like, what does it even matter, right? But if you're short term, you'd probably want to be taking some profits. I don't know why this is doing that. And you generally want to see now that this 21 and change has held. You see this consolidation area here?
Yeah.
Around 28s. So that's why we're here. I think this can back and fill a bit. It can get pretty violent to 25s. I mean, that's not even that violent anymore. But generally speaking, if this holds over whatever period of time, this could even do something like that, right? But if this holds, and it could even do something like that, right? But if this general 28 area holds as a consolidation, that will put you in for the next leg for sure, which should put you in 30s, 36s, There are 35 pluses. Seems like a long ways away from here, huh? No, not really. $7.
Dude, it was 15 a month ago. So this thing.
Yeah, I didn't. That was fast.
Hell of a move. All right. Can we do AMD? And then we'll do Meta after that. Let's do AMD.
Not dying. Not dying. Slowly but slowly, building a base. 115 is that last kind of pivot-ish, 115-ish. I feel like you really need to get through. Like, this is a very choppy spot in the chart. Yeah, it's just over one. It's like 116s. But this looks like, why do I have this? What is this from? Oh. So I think this goes sideways, dude. So the trajectory was down this nearest term, breaking out this nearest term downtrend. Should bring you up to the longer term trajectory, which is just connecting these two, this one and the very top, which tagged you right there. It was up to 130s. Looks like it got to 125. Then it hit its head, pulled back. Since pulling back, it's held. So I think this has got to get its legs for a while. I don't know if Nvidia is going to be anything burger for AMD, but to me, this looks like rest, consolidation, which like commenced the consolidation. And this could go, you could be looking at something like this and be very frustrated for a long time.
Right.
Until this gets comfortably over 125. Comfortably over 125, then okay. You're looking like this. But between here and there,
do you think Nvidia earnings will affect it tomorrow?
I don't really know. I mean, what is Nvidia going to say something good about AMD?
No, but if they say there's enough demand in general for the...
Why would they say that? If anything, Nvidia is going to come out and say, we are selling a bunch of our lower price chipsets or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, if they have
the market might take it as bullish for AMD.
If they have a massive beat and raise, I feel like all the semis pump, but Nvidia's up 35%. They need like a really good beat and raise.
I feel like a better like pairs trade here would probably be Micron. Just because, you know, that's a direct like commodity, like that's going to go with it. And they don't have, I mean, AMD, I think, is going to have to stand on its own for a bit because the storylines are kind of divergent, but it is a higher low after a higher high. So this is not going down. Like if you get the thing is, if you get a pullback on AMD, it's buyable. It's buyable to 100 or whatever. The trajectory, the pathing is like, okay, it still needs to, there's probably a lot of people that are in the advanced money destroyer category or camp on this. And there's probably a lot of scar tissue out there on AMD. So to think that from that perspective, to think that this takes a while to consolidate, build a new investor base or give the toots enough time to get back in or whoever should be like expected.
Okay, and real quick, guys, we do have a Tesla director who just filed to sell about half a million shares for $162 million. It's on the screen right there. The guy's name is Ira Heren Press. Jason, don't tell me you can say that last name. No. There's no way you know. No one can say these freaking names, bro. But I'm the guy who has to say it. So I don't know who this guy is. I don't know who this dude is. I've never heard of him, but apparently he's on the board and he's selling 477,000 shares. So
he could be on the board of a lot of places too.
So. All right, Meta. What are you thinking? And I am going to get some water and be right back because it's really hot in my room.
I kind of like Meta. So we had a broadening kind of formation. I think Meta is interesting here. it was looking weak coming into Friday, just like the rest of the market. Actually, Meta was looking super weak coming into Friday, and it was almost like we're gonna get that 600 kind of retest. At this point, it's not happening if it's over 630. Again, weekly coming out of, so 2 weekly inside bars, meaning like consolidation ends up being consolidation twice. And so where that takes us is just simply stated into just under 650, 648. So right now you got 1, 2, 3. This is looking like the 4th attempt at 650. If the market wants it, it'll take it, and that next move could take you to that 670 area. And then you deal with essentially this top right here, and this becomes your consolidation to retest. Oops. And call it just under 700. Yeah.
So you're bullish.
So the market overall today is just one day. Remember, Friday, completely different look. And I mean completely different look. Friday, ultra bearish. Today, I actually had a lot of hedges on. They're all back to break even, closed out pretty much all, not all of them, but pretty much all of them. So it's flipping. It's almost like that spot where like you would hit the reverse button on your, like, is it the reverse Uno card?
Yeah.
It's there. Like if it goes any higher, it is a full-blown reverse. But it's coming in so hot that it's a little shaky. So I'm actually waiting for tomorrow to make a cleaner call. I didn't trade a whole lot today, just because, again, failure to go down over the weekend with a good headline. Nvidia news or earnings and Costco, I guess, this week. PCE on Friday. But having come up a long ways, I don't know that we're necessarily going to break out. But I know that I'm definitely at some upside targets, and we're getting a little stretched, but I still don't see a whole lot of reason to close. It's like last week, a couple times, and I posted this, you know, when I look at market internals, the market overall underneath the hood, the check engine light was on, but like there were no issues to report. And somebody, I forgot who it was like funny comment, but like, yeah, my check engine light's been on for like a year and I still have no issues to report. And so that can happen. So like, yes, we've gone a little bit far. Actually, also we're coming into the summer months and volume will start to come off, start to die down. But there's that old saying too, never short a dull market, which to me, I equate to volume. So like when volume dries out, most people think that we actually like fall off a cliff. That's not the case, really. Like you can grind, I don't know if you remember, but like, I mean, all of this grind here, or I don't know what the SPY, if I go back to SPY, there was a grind that every day it was on like exceedingly low volume. I think it was here. And it was just like,
or
I don't remember. It was a holiday season. Well, maybe it was here. All of this, like something in its entirety was just like overly low volume to the point where I was like, what's happening? Okay. So see, here's the volume on the bottom of my chart. It drops off like off a cliff here, May, and you get into that summer months. And you know what? Maybe I can make this yellow. Okay. So that's volume. And so it drops off a cliff here and you're like, but as volume's decreasing, look at what happened. Like that's clearly decreasing volume. And that's almost exactly what we're going into right now. We're like it's coming down, but yet the market was grinding higher. So this is actually, we're in that same scenario. We're like, okay, here coming down market, the volume got hot and heavy. We're starting to pick up a little bit. Not that this matters a whole lot, but yeah, just if volume does fall off, it doesn't mean to me that we have to come back down, because we've seen multiple times in the past where, in fact, no, in fact, that can stay for a significant period of time, and we can continue to grind higher. That was a long period of time, actually. That was like, yeah, 3 months.
Yeah. Okay, can we do Google next? And guys, I see all your small names. We're going to get through all of them. We're just getting through some of the big ones first, and then we will get into the microns and SoundHounds and all that stuff.
So Google had that crazy move last week, and I actually posted like, this is not the move. Like, it's not it. As in, like, I actually would like to wait a little bit. So this week, holding over the 200, it's so the reason is 177 has been like a massive area on Google. Here. I can draw this all the way across. And I don't think it was 177. It was probably this, right? 171. As it was pushing through, it's on the 200-day simple moving average. So people like to be like, oh, if it's holding the 200-day simple, you know, it's in an uptrend. I hate trading around that freaking moving average. Like, I really don't like it, because it gets incredibly choppy. And this, as it was going, by the way, it's like super strong. And then, like, guys, where do the buyers go? You intraday pull back 50%, super strong intraday, pull back 50%, and then gap down. Like, that's not a good look. Well, I wasn't short here, but I mean, I probably could have been. Thankfully, I'm not. But this is the area where now, again, same thing. Okay, now we're back over. I think if we hold, it's okay now. Okay, up in here. And I saw a lot of like January. Was it January? 190s. Might have been January. Initially, I'm looking at September 185s when it was like down in here. And I ended up closing those, which I will not open again. So now I see the September 200s. The thing is that I would want to have at least a good 4 months on a trade like this to give it some time and room to breathe, at least. I know you're in the Januaries, which I think are fine.
It's got to get to 210 by January. I think that's fine. Because that's my break-even price.
Oh, well.
I mean, it doesn't have to
get it up here.
I know, so I'm asking, do you think
that's your fault, dude? I don't
know that's my fault. It's Pelosi's fault, actually.
Yeah. It's not her fault. She didn't grab you and say you have to take my trade.
Bro, she's over here buying 500,000 worth of Google options. I'm like, I'll follow you. And
did we ever get an update, by the way?
No, I don't think she's sold anything in the past 4 months. Outside, she sold some Apple. That's it.
Yeah. Honestly, so if you're over 177, I think you're fine, and you're going back into this trajectory. It's a choppy road. If you're trying to get to 210, listen, if you like it, you shouldn't be sitting here waiting to get back to break even.
Yeah.
You should be buying it again.
That's fair.
If that makes sense.
I've been buying the stock more than the calls. Just
yeah. And I think that's better, right? I really do. Because this, I have these funny patterns that we use sometimes, but this is very, let's just say squeezy, where there's big impulse, but yet it's not, there's no follow through. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no follow through on either of these two big giant days. They're great, but I would really like to see the follow through. Today's over the weekend kind of price action. It's a breath of fresh air for many longer term investors. But again, my caution is that we've pushed up right into a very difficult level. For me as a trader, it is better to wait and see, or take one of two types of bets. In certain situations, it's okay, I think, to start entering things like January contracts if the stock has gone sideways for a while. Actually, Google has gone sideways for a while, so that would qualify as something that's not like overly expensive. At the same time, it might be even better if you're a small account, maybe to take some, or if you want to fund those larger purchases, maybe taking some very, very near-term bets within like under 30 days type bets, risking significantly less capital to then fund those long-term positions, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
That's interesting. FUBO rejected the offer.
I guess that's why it's up 11%.
FUBO's up.
Let's do FUBO real quick if you
Wait.
can.
Okay.
How much does anyone know how much Disney offered them? We'll do HIMS after this. Does anyone know how much they offered for the buyout? That's interesting, bro.
So FUBO was up 11% today. Disney, no change.
The lawsuit was resolved a month ago or 2 months ago, I think.
Actually, Disney had a green day today, but so did the market. So I don't know how much that really says.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, actually, this looks like it wants to try to break back out again. Honestly.
I mean, rejecting a buyout feels like they think their live sports moat is going to be enough to take.
Yeah. And the chart looks good. You need to get over $4 and hold it like with conviction.
Yeah.
It's a penny stock, man. It's hard.
Okay.
I don't think we're going back to 50.
What do you say?
I don't think we're going back to 50 on FUBO, though.
Yeah. No, I would agree. I would agree with that.
No. Maybe.
All right. HIMS. This one flat on the day or a little bit of red. What do you think?
Consolidating.
Here's the broader question. If someone wanted to buy HIMS at 53, how do you think of the charts as an indicator on the entry price? Like, forget the fundamentals. Is there too much momentum? Should we wait for a pullback? How are you kind of seeing that?
I think you wait for 50% or a break, right? So again, last week, not able to get over. This 59 and change comes from, we did that on one of our shows over here. And holding this general area, I think is okay. Definitely holding the 20-day simple moving average. You can buy it. Like, it's like Hood. It's like if you bought Hood here now, it's like, yeah, sure, I like it. I don't hate it at all. But you have to be prepared, or Palantir, you have to be prepared to buy it again on like a 40% drawdown or 25% drawdown or more. It's exactly the same. So 36-ish is still that level, 35s. If you lose the 20-day here, which would be under 50, like if you have a significantly below 50 day, meaning like if you open, let's say you open green and you're at $53 and then you close that day at 48, that's a big red flag, because the next day you have to get back over 50, otherwise you're in serious like doo-doo. So it's steep here, but it's breathing.
And it's consolidating, right?
Yeah, the chart doesn't look like it's going anywhere right now. It might be if it's over like 67s. So I think to your question, I would probably tell someone, do enough that makes you feel that you're at least in it if it goes, But if it dumps, you're not like, you don't care, but you're able to quadruple down on your position and your portfolio still not notice. Does that make sense? Not you, not like, oh, I can buy more if it goes down, but like you'd have to have it to a point where like your portfolio will not notice if it comes down 30%.
Right. By the way, Rock Lab up another 3% after hours on that acquisition.
What is going on?
They're 10 cents away from $30.
I was thinking 35 might be too hot, but no. Guess not.
I am happy I bought this Rock Lab dip, bro. My average is $22.
There you go.
I got 1,900 shares. I'm happy with it.
Yeah.
I don't know that much about Neutron, but I know that Matt Money's a smart guy. And that all of you guys in the chat are pretty damn smart about Rocket Lab. So
yeah.
There you go. Okay, can we do FICO? And are you at all interested?
I've never heard. What is the ticker?
FICO. You've heard of this one. Fair Isaac Corporation. A little bit of a boring name. It never gets a 15% drop like this. The credit rating, Moody's stuff is part of the reason. I don't know. People are just asking, is this a buy the dip? Do you think it's a buy the dip?
Trying to get to their website. Like, why do I not even? It is that.
Yeah, FICO score. Yeah. It's like the premier way that you're.
I don't think so. Let's think about this for a second. Are we going to need them in the future?
I think they'll be relevant for a while. I know in the world of AI.
But like in the world of Upstart, Affirm, SoFi.
No, but they use FICO scores to even.
Right. Okay. So, but like I have TransUnion, Equifax. Who's the other one? FICO.
I don't know, but I don't think they're going to be irrelevant anytime soon. I definitely don't think that. And they're just not exciting.
What happened also?
I still don't fully know. It had to do with Moody's and Fannie and Freddie.
Did Moody's downgrade FICO?
Well, that's not really, but from a TA, like it doesn't ever have this type of a dip in 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks. You know, that's why I think people are asking as much.
Yeah.
And they have not done a split.
It's had some shenanigans. Oh. Under 1,300.
By the way, so, Rock Lab 30 after hours, folks. Rock Lab is 30.
1290s is a spot. It's not a big spot, but it's this lower area. So it takes you from 1290 to 1110s. I mean, this is Uber Bear, right? So, but things like this happen.
Yeah, there's just not a name that tends to get hit.
I mean, yeah, but it's also not a name that tends to have issues like whatever issue it just had, obviously. So I think that matters. It's down here, dude. So you let this, you kind of forget about this for a while. If it's bad enough, so this is your next area. Underneath 13 down to 11 and change. But you really want to see some kind of consolidation there. In fact, like just because it's there, I would not buy that still. Like I would have to see some kind of consolidation and some type of break of structure like this. And then maybe I'll take it in there, because the issue is that like, if you're not out of this area, you could just hit that and then be like, boom, because there's another level deeper.
Yeah.
And I just don't know what it is.
By the way, guys, this thing's mooning after hours, 30.33.
You guys need to stop buying stuff after hours. It's like, it's very illiquid market. This is what happens.
Whoever's buying it, they're helping out.
You're gonna
Okay,
get him in trouble.
can we do ASTS, Jason? This is another name a lot of people are getting curious about.
Redwire? Okay.
No,
Yeah.
ASTS. No one cares about Redwire, but we can do Redwire after too.
No, it's not. Oh, this didn't move at all. Why did Redwire move like big time, 26% big time, and ASTS not?
Well, they're still different businesses, right? Like ASTS versus RKLB, but it's the same sector. So I see your point.
I mean, I would think that it would move in kind, no? Like what? Unless there was some Redwire news that I don't know about.
I mean, bro, at 7:30 or 8:30, if that SpaceX launch doesn't go well, that could hurt everything in space.
Yeah.
So, but in general,
is this 5G? Is that what that is?
Yeah, this is more services than launch.
Oh yeah, no, this has nothing to do with that. It's not even relevant.
Yeah.
Why would you want to own this?
Well,
real question.
There's a pretty big cult around this stock, to be honest. Like bigger than RKLB cult.
But this is not new. This technology has been around for decades.
I mean, we can get into the fundamentals of it, but the point is, do you think the TA is
okay.
This was $4 last year? It's 25, and so people obviously have gravitated towards it.
It doesn't look like it's going anywhere. So
I agree. The chart does not look like it's going somewhere anytime soon.
It does not look like it's going somewhere.
Also, 30% or 26% shorted the stock is as well, which maybe could cause something. But
dude, I don't even remember the name of the other stock that does exactly this.
American Tower.
I mentioned it before here. Anyways, this is like super high and tight. If you're looking at this from let's call this a monthly perspective, these are monthly candles. And they're not going anywhere. Like, it ain't going anywhere. It's been in this box, which is a big box, 39 to 17. This comes from over here. 17 is your low end. This is not space. This is... I thought it was.
No, it has to do with space, dude, but it's just not.
That's communications.
Yeah, but it's satellites in space. Like it still has to.
It's communications. They're not going to make a penny off like commercial. Like
launches. That's not. But they already have a partnership with Vodafone and Verizon and T-Mobile. Like so, there's a lot of good stuff.
Right. Like, do you want sodas? Okay. I'm sorry. Something's happening. The chart says that there's a lot of people here waiting for something to happen. But from a technical perspective, I see where people might look at this as like a possible bull flag that's already invalidated because it's too long, if that makes sense. So it's not a flag of any sort. It's more like we call it like a pennant. So you really have to wait for this box to break one side or the other, which is significantly higher. And I think that if you're in it, you're probably totally comfortable waiting for that. Because if you're in something like this, I honestly, man, I don't think that you're in something like this with less than a 5-year horizon.
100%. 100%.
So in that case, like, this is not, I'm just telling you, it's not happening right now. There's nothing here that tells me anything's going to happen in either direction. So this is the box. Probably one of the most boring charts I've seen in a very long time with this view. Almost like, I mean, it's fine, but it's almost like, man, you should have got something, right? Like, should have got something, but maybe,
right.
Oh well.
Okay, SOFI.
Continuing on for this guy. Yeah, no reason to do anything. SOFI, you said SOFI, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, also consolidating thus far. It's going to be a rates situation. It's almost at 14 again. I think we talked about this last week. Nothing's changing from this story. I think you can get that little press up to 14, which might look like a big short for a lot of people. And I think it will come down. And as long as it holds, and this what you would call invert, like this head and shoulders that will form, this will form, and it's going to get really bearish out there for a second. But if it holds and invalidates, that's super bullish, and that's exactly what you would need on something like this. And that would be in the, at this point, kind of higher 13s. I do like that this consolidation and this I like that this consolidation on a daily perspective is slightly higher, right? Like they were buying it slightly higher. So that's constructive. It's squeezy, but this type of setup could take, like I said, it could take a long time, because this 20-day, it'll go up a little bit. These things got to catch up. Like these SMAs are going to have to, dude, why is it doing that? Click. These are going to have to catch up. This is going to go, and then it's all going to kind of come to a head at some point, and then it's going to freak out. So that's what that looks like. That needs some time on this guy.
Okay. Can we quickly do VG? This one had a nice 7% move today.
I thought you said this was a 20-year play.
So it is, but when I see 50 comments that keep asking, guys, I don't know like how many times, but even Chris and Matt have said this is a 10-year play. You cannot be obsessed with the day-to-day movements, but
I mean, I mean, they're looking at it like this, right? I mean, that's definitely
no. Chris and Matt are looking at the dividend yield.
No, the people that are asking.
Yeah, the people that are asking are looking for $20 tomorrow, I guess. But like, this is something that it's going to take a long time for this to play out. So I don't even know how valuable TA is on this.
It should not be 20. Is this a SPAC or no?
No, this is a legit company. Super legit.
1475. You're going to get smacked. But that's the trajectory that you're heading towards, is right here. Here. So I guess if you own this because you're saying it pays big dividends.
Not yet. The Chris's thesis is long-term. The demand for natural gas is going to be so high, and based on all the internal nuances of how strong this company has been over the past couple of decades, they're going to be one of the biggest. They're going to be like Cheniere, in the future.
Cheniere.
LNG, yeah.
Yeah.
But this is one I think you legit buy and don't look at. Like, this is not one that I think you obsess about. At least that's how Chris and Matt have explained it to me,
Oh, yeah. Any nat gas, you don't.
Yeah.
Any nat gas.
Now, granted, it fell 50% from IPO price. It went from 25 to like 7, more than 50%. So that's why I think it really.
This is not that long. Or
yeah, they IPO'd like a couple months ago.
Okay. So this is I just don't understand why a company would IPO and then have a bad earnings. That's weird. You never see that.
I mean, they probably needed liquidity, right?
Maybe. I mean, nat gas was is getting wild. Now it's back up. I don't know if you pay for gas. All right. You haven't moved yet. Gas can get expensive sometimes. So yeah, 1475, I think, is your general trajectory, which you need to give it some time to get there. There's something to do here from a technical perspective. So you just see, like, it's a very slow mover. I mean, very slow mover. But this kind of consolidation area here, it just got over today. So today there is something to talk about, but that level is 1219, and you have a bit of what we would call like a fair value gap in between here and that level, which you're starting to fill in, but it can get very choppy when you do that.
Right. Okay, can we do MSTR? And then we'll do Amazon after that. Before I do that, guys, if you have not followed Jason on Twitter, I'm looking at his Twitter right here. Jason, I don't know if you saw Michael Saylor basically yell at a bunch of, not in a mean way, but he basically said, hey, if you're upset about dilution, like, screw you. At the Bitcoin conference. I'll show the video later, but we watched it in the morning. He basically said, I'm not running the company for 4 days. I'm running the company for 40 years, right? So he's easily justifying his dilution And but that's, you know, the stock is
That's
down,
cool.
even though Bitcoin's at all-time highs.
Help me understand about the split that happened. Do you know about this, or the spin off the other shares or something like that paid dividend?
The MSTY.
No. Didn't they split? Like there's a new share.
It's like STP something. Honestly, I
Yeah.
don't know enough about that at all.
I think that matters. I mean, it reminded me when I first saw it. It reminded me of like AMC and Ape, right? Like this is how you're gonna raise.
I mean,
Is that it? STRF.
Yeah.
Yeah. 10% Strife. Series A preferred. Look at this. This is probably where you want to be.
Over MSTR.
Yeah. What was the other one? STR.
K, I think.
8%. Dude. So yeah. In the meantime, so it looks like these are taken away from MSTR. I don't really know the share structure, like really. So I think if you're going to be in there, that all matters. In the meantime, this is coming back. So I called off the shorts at 345. So this is what we call like a breakout. And now we're coming in for a retest. Looks like at that 345 area. I do know, you know, MSTR specifically, and it did hit that upside target right over here. MSTR specifically, it doesn't really run with Bitcoin. It's a weird one. First of all, I don't think that Bitcoin's super bullish right here, right now, this moment. Eventually, sure. But at the same time, MicroStrategy historically has, and correct me if I'm wrong, you guys, front ran the Bitcoin breakout.
Yes.
And so it starts to go before Bitcoin actually goes. So I could see something like this happening to Bitcoin right now, literally right here, right now. And it'd be perfectly fine. But at the end of the day, what you want to see is you want to see this area of consolidation right over here hold as that support. So you had a big breakout, big move. Cool. You've gone sideways for a bit. Also fine. Right, here's your sideways move. But now you are, you know, stocks run, then stocks rest, and then they run again. Unfortunately, this time the run is to the downside. But where to the downside, that would be about 345s. And then you want to see a little bit of a rest again for, call it a week. And then you'll have another move. If that move is upside or downside, I don't know, but it's not until after that. If it is upside, you have to expect that this breakdown area at 390 is going to be resistance. So you might even see it's just pathing, right? A little something like that. Or you get into a big consolidation and this becomes like a giant, you know, consolidation area. I don't need this anymore.
Okay. Can we do ELF, which has earnings tomorrow as well?
I mean, it ran. I think it's got you. So it's too. This is really hot. Justified or not, you will find out. Basically, if not, back to the gulag you go, and it's probably 65. If so, 103. From a technical perspective, if it's or like if this is still underpriced, if the market says this is still underpriced, cool, you can get up to like 103. You're not going like crazy high anytime soon, but like you can get all the way up to 130 and this still be in a downtrend. So like that's possible, but right here, right now, I can't press this bet. No way. This is another example of like coming in really hot off the lows, right into overhead resistance. If it was just technicals, if I saw weakness tomorrow below 85, I would be short this game on a short-term basis, probably back down to that $70 area, at which time I think it would be done, right? Like you would see something like this. But tomorrow's going to change this completely. You basically find out if it's run too far, too fast, or if it has a little bit more left in the tank, which would be like 103s to 110.
Okay. Can we do Amazon?
Do they sell ELF also?
I think they sell ELF on Amazon. Yes.
I think they do. Do people use, do we have a lot of, are there a lot of people that buy ELF? I thought Ulta. We should probably look at like Ulta to compare, see what's going to happen.
But put in the chat if you or your significant other buys ELF aggressively. I mean, the thing about Ulta doesn't grow like ELF. That's the difference.
No, but like they sell it, right? Or do they? See, this is how much I know.
Wait, ELF is the... No, so Sephora like sells ELF products, right? ELF is not an actual... Okay. And then Ulta also sells ELF products.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying. Like if they're doing good, then I think you could know. Looks like they all report about the same time though.
Yeah. We'll do actually before we do Amazon, can we do Estee Lauder? Because that's up 5%.
Which is the same, yeah, same basket.
Yeah, Burry's up on this one.
I'd almost rather Estee Lauder as a pairs trade right now. I'd almost rather Estee Lauder over ELF at this point.
Why?
In time, just in case. Because like I don't need to, well, that's just me. Like because I'm an options trader, I guess. I'd have to look at liquidity on this stuff. But if Ulta has a good earnings, ELF has a good earnings, this is going to act in kind. If Ulta has bad earnings, ELF has bad earnings. ELF is definitely going to get hit, but Estee Lauder is probably not because it's already so deep in the gulag that's like whatever. That's really why.
That's fair. I don't think that's, I mean, maybe that's why Burry's also excited about it. By the way, you said it wrong. It's Estee Lauder. I think you messed up.
I said both ways.
Yeah, you said one was wrong, one was right.
Lauder.
Amazon. What's going on with Bezos?
Climbing out of the bucket. I think Bezos showed up at 215s. I don't know for a fact, but I saw it. This one was the first early. This one started to break down out of the gate before everything else did. Amazon was showing signs of weakness, right? Like immediately. It was literally 2 days from whatever this was, this gap, literally Tuesday, May 13th, that gap day, one continuation, and that was it, baby. Then she started going down like dribble, dribble, dribble. And you're like, what's happening? Finally, I probably sound like a weirdo. You have a gap that comes out, a little bit of a pullback this morning, which is actually okay. Again, but just like the rest of the market, it's like, this is kind of concerning. I'd like to be a little bit further away from this stuff. Look, it all looks bullish today, which means that this trajectory would put you right back into 210s. This is very near term, as in this week. If this is consolidation, then you're back in a 225s. If it's over 215. If that wasn't Bezos, but you still got to worry. And I think the market's still worried about when does he step in. But this looks constructive. I'm just not in a rush on anything here till I have a little bit more clarity or like a bigger discount.
Okay, can we do Oscar Health? OSCR.
Who did that?
There's a bunch of people that are thinking about it. This one, I don't own this name, but it's getting some traction on social media.
Ooh. This looks great. This looks great. I think I'm going to buy some. OSCR.
Have you looked at this before or no?
I'm somewhat familiar with it. Can I move the stock? How much do you think?
It's like a $20 billion company.
Have to buy. like right now.
I don't know. It's a $4 billion company. Never mind.
This looks good.
Well, why? Why does it look good?
Because you have this big earnings breakout, which coming off of a difficult level. I'm sorry, healthcare. Sorry, is the wrong tool. I'm not so sure about healthcare as a sector. Looks okay, but here's your support. It's actually a little bit higher coming off of. So anything as close to, if I can get this under 14, cool. I think you definitely nibble at it, but I think you might have gotten that shot. So any extension higher, you're back into the 17s, at least for now. I really need to look at this on a broader perspective. So this week after, whatever shenanigans happened last week, this area to hold. Yeah. And come back out of, I think that's better. And if I take this is a monthly chart. That looks good. That looks a weekly chart. Does not look bad. Man, well, you don't like this sector, huh?
I don't know enough about this sector. That's why I still haven't invested in HIMS.
Oh, I thought you bought it. Oh,
Yeah,
you sold it.
I sold it. Yeah.
Yeah, this looks like a nice dip into support that held after a big breakout. This looks like a big breakout with a very nice dip all the way back into support, which is now held. So any continuation higher, it's like, yep, you're right back to where you started. Plus this, this looks good.
Okay, can we do
the gap over the weekend could easily fill and everything could be in the gulag tomorrow, guys. So just saying, I think that's I think that's actually something that you should legitimately be thinking about. Not that I'm bearish. I'm just, it's with these big green days like this. Sorry to derail. But when we have big giant green days like this, it's usually better to be a little bit more cautious than optimistic.
I think that's a very good take. I mean, on a lot of these names, they're high flyers, and they could retreat a little bit.
Yeah, which is why he doesn't like my red wire today. I don't even know what happened. It just went up, and I was like, oh, 26%. Okay.
Okay, UNH.
This did not look good at the close. But it held. So it held. So that's good. Meaning here's what so the bears, I was short UNH for just a little bit today because it was breaking and I was late to the party this morning. Breaking below 291. But I had a feeling this could happen. Where this is a chart where I don't know if you guys remember, but we were laughing at the bears. We were just like, they were so pathetic, and they'd gone into hibernation because they had all the leverage. I mean, talk about a chart where the bears have all the leverage. Today, shoulda, coulda, woulda, taken this to the gulag, but the bears failed to deliver. It's not the first time that they had the opportunity. It was available Friday. I mean, big time. It was available Thursday. It was definitely available Wednesday. It started to come down, but like Thursday last week, for whatever reason, somebody stepped in. Then Friday, it tried. Somebody stepped in, this 290 level. The bears are weak. Bears are weak here, which inherently means it probably needs to go higher. So that's my take. I think 285 is kind of like your, not even 280. Dude, okay. If you guys are trading this, it's going to be a little bit hard because it might have big moves intraday. But this is going to consolidate. The bears had opportunity today in the back half, but again, failed to deliver. The bears should have taken this 285 easily. Didn't happen. Don't know why, but it didn't happen. So they're losing this fight. Even though the chart doesn't look great, I will say that the bears are losing this fight.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it recovered from 248 and it's like, kind of holding.
I mean, this could be one where like tomorrow you could see it back to 310.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah.
Like the bears in the close today, because I was on this chart today. I was like, it's falling. It's going to go. And then, I mean, when I say on this, I'll take it on a 5-minute chart. You look at this for just a second. Take this line off. But you have this area, 292, holding. This looks like the bottom's about to fall off, right? Like the bottom is about to fall off. And, this is the view. You're like, yo, that's not good.
Yeah.
And then lo and behold, they failed to deliver, which again, you're like, guys, what happened there? Y'all bears suck so far. Maybe there's something else that happens, but this 320 area that like people are watching near term is still in play.
Okay, can we do Reddit?
Reddit. Somebody request Reddit.
Yep.
Who did that?
Who said it? Someone in the chat. There's a bunch of people.
Okay. Same thing. So Reddit super squeezy. Actually squeezy at 113. Last time. The setup still remains. It is a little bit below, but again, this is actually where they failed, where the bears start to fail again. And so what you could see here is like, okay, here's a base of investors somewhere in here. This is what we would call like your liquidity grab. And so where would these investors step up again? It's right in here. And so the fact that today it's closing over 101, market has a general bullish like tone to it. I think Reddit is one where you could see a big squeeze tomorrow or into
why tomorrow?
Because today, so here's that gap over, and see this last breakdown here. So you get this granular, this breakdown here, and you have a little bit. Are you trading it?
Am I what?
Are you trading it right now?
No, it's just other people asking about it.
So
here, I don't trust this one right now at all, to be honest.
Yeah.
Especially they still have a Google headwind that they're dealing with as well.
When I say tomorrow, I literally just mean for tomorrow. I don't mean the day after tomorrow.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Like I mean like that.
Yeah.
And then exit stage left, like you do need to be aware. And so anyways, I think you're starting to see maybe a little bit of what I'm going to point out here. So you do have this pretty big pivot that was support, resistance, breakdown. And today's close is literally right over it. I mean, pennies over it. See that?
Yeah.
So tomorrow, if you have any semblance of like continuation to the upside, basically it works like this. Everybody who sold here and all of that, this recent one, we call this entire moment a liquidity grab, and they hit the reverse button, which would in turn move that stock probably up to those 113 levels. I mean, definitely 107 first. Definitely 107 first near term. I mean, Reddit squeezy, you could get up to 113, but that's it. And then probably expect something else later, trade 2.0. So that's what you'd want to see. It can get like a whipsaw type effect, but it may not sustain itself just yet. But again, bears had the opportunity. They will have the opportunity again tomorrow. So I think it's just a spot where you can take a quick shot. And this is what I mean by maybe buying some short dated stuff to possibly finance some longer dated stuff down the road. So if I took, like, if I take a 110 call on something like a Reddit, and then I quickly take it down and I see it holding constructively, not this, like, this is not a constructive hold, right? Like, that's obviously, like, the next day has to fully continue on. Then I could start maybe deploying that in some longer dated options or equity.
Yeah.
But this is a pivot.
Okay, can we do SMCI?
Time check. Are we good?
Yeah, I'm free the whole time. So whenever you got to go, let me know, bud. I'm free.
Yeah, this is like the rest of the market. It's
This one's very choppy, bro.
Oh yeah.
It like gets momentum and then it gives it up and it gets a little bit back and then it.
Yeah. I think you play this like I just outlined playing Reddit too, right? Like you can take some small shots on goal, and maybe if you do well with that, maybe start to deploy in equity. But this is hard. It's setting up for a squeeze, but it's that type of setup where it's like an untrustworthy setup where, yeah, all of your simple moving averages are really tight. And but so the distance between them tight. I mean, this is very tight. So the longer that it holds over, call it 41, then the distance will start to expand to the upside. But it could just as easily, because of where it is, it just as easily do something like this. And then your simple moving averages start to accelerate downside.
Okay, so you're kind of neutral.
I would stay away, because I mean it could also do this where it looks like it's not an ideal trade location is the word. Trade location is not ideal here. You are smack dab in the middle of a very long, I mean, you can see it here, long-standing consolidation from the from when they got let go of the NASDAQ, when they got booted from the nasty NAS. Still not able to really like get over that hurdle at 47.
Right.
Constructive intraday setup, but one day doesn't really make a full trend.
Right. Okay, can we do this one real quick? Soundhound.
I'm pretty sure we said last time this look was looking good on Tuesday.
Yeah.
And that we would see some kind of a channel up. Dude, I didn't take this. Did anybody take this off of Tuesday? No. It held even through Friday. Tuesday was here. It was a big red. And it held this area. And I think you just channel up here. So this, yeah, dude, this does not look bad. I think this is creating a new trend in general. But see this, what I was talking about before about SMCI is like these SMAs, daily, simple moving average, they're very tight, very close together. So we could see some actual momentum build. God,
right.
You got me talking about this penny stock.
Well, is it a penny stock?
I mean, anything less than Ford definitively is penny stock. I guess today it's more expensive than Ford.
Yeah.
Sound today. You still have to get over 1250, so that's your next hurdle. But this is basically your current trajectory. This is like a little channel up, if you will.
Yeah. Okay.
This is growth, right? Like people want the market is so. I think this is a good example of the market might start to think about some extra growth, and if we see stocks like SoundHound, or some others that have been kind of like in the doldrums, consolidating, really not breaking down, like a Reddit or, you know, name your ticker, we could see some kind of rotation into that type of name, probably more IWM flavor names, which could be that broadening, that next phase of broadening within the market.
Okay, we got a tweet by Trump. He just said 4 minutes ago, I told Canada, which very much wants to be part of our famous Golden Dome system, that it will cost $61 billion if they remain a separate but unequal nation, but it will cost $0 if they become our cherished 51st state. They are considering the offer.
Say that last part again.
They are considering the offer.
I mean, before that, it'll become zero.
It will cost them $0 to join the Golden Dome if they become our cherished 51st state. If they remain a separate nation, it'll cost them $61 billion.
Who?
Canada.
Dude, what a time to be alive, bro.
What a time to be alive, bro.
What a time to be alive. When we have a president that's renaming Gulfs, like entire Gulfs is like their first, like Gulf of America, you get like official tweets, Moody's tariffs, right, as their response to a credit downgrade. And why don't you let us just completely absorb you, our brethren nation? Like,
the fact that he said they are considering the offer, it's like, no, they're not. But like the fact that he said, well, they're considering it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if they are, but okay. Can we do?
I mean, the Canadians probably don't want. I don't know. I don't
think the Canadians want to be Americans. I really don't. Some of them do, but
I mean,
can we do GameStop? Let's get this out of the way. I have no idea why this is running.
Isn't it movie season? Is it summer?
Both GameStop and AMC are starting to move, and I don't know why.
Oh my god, dude!
They
I was not expecting to see that.
They didn't buy Bitcoin or anything, so I don't know.
They didn't?
No, they didn't. But they have the authorization to, but they did. So I don't know what's moving this at all. Like, I have no clue.
Well, TA is there for the squeeze. You got earnings too. Doesn't move on earnings.
Wait, what's the short float? Let me check right now. Short float on GameStop, 12%. Which is a lot lower than some other names out there. By the way, I forgot to mention this, guys, during the show. HIM's highest short float ever as of 2 p.m. today.
Ooh.
So HIM's is continuing to get shorted.
I do not. I mean, I from time to time will trade this. It has not had the juice worth squeezing. But what is this? Is this some kind of crazy split?
People are saying people are front running the announcement. What announcement are you guys talking about?
I don't know.
For GameStop. Ryan's gonna be at the Bitcoin conference in Vegas. You think he's gonna announce he's buying Bitcoin? Is that the announcement? I mean, that makes sense at the conference to say it.
Yeah, this is not a place where you don't want to touch it.
I agree.
At all.
I think Roaring Kitty is done with GameStop. I don't think he's in this anymore.
Like, if he goes higher, it's going to get wild.
Dude, the amount of people that have still held this stock for 4 years, like,
really?
People believe it. It's the number 10. It's one of the top 10 assets on Robinhood still. GameStop.
There's a split. So 4-to-1 split. It's $35.
Wait, is that accurate? There's going to be a split on.
No, there was already a split.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So there's already a split, and it's a 4-to-1. So, dude, it's not as bad as we think.
I mean,
it's $140 basically.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's up for the year. How much is it up?
It's basically $140. You're probably not even down that much.
Dude, it's up 15% this year. So, I don't know. Maybe there's a Bitcoin announcement coming up for this one.
I don't know. The chart says it wants to go higher. But it's just one that, like, it's like a beach ball. When it goes, it's like a beach ball that gets held in the water. You let it go and it's like poof, explosive, but it comes right back down.
Right back down, yeah. Calculator for 35 times 4 is crazy. Dude, it's not worse than when I was on Pound 2 Weekly 2 years ago with CodeStrap, and I was like, what's 10 plus 5? And I took out the calculator, and he was like, submit. We've got some problems right now. Can we do Big Bear AI real quick? Because this one also squeezed.
Dude, so just seeing all this stuff, the speculative situation names, like something's happening underneath where like the super speculative names. So why I don't mind like a Reddit, why like I looked at Unity today. I don't even know if you look at that, right? But like that's another one where it's like super squeezy setup, very possible, hasn't actually moved. You know, this underneath the hood brewing stuff is it's interesting.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
Brewing. Oh, you don't like it because you know it's usually the beginning of the end, right?
It's scary. It really is kind of scary, bro.
But I'm just telling you, we haven't seen your Newsmax. Where's Newsmax, guys?
Yeah, it hasn't repumped.
Yeah,
but it's not fun to see.
Are we buying this or not? Looks like not.
The fact that this went to $300, it says something about what's going on right now. And maybe we don't need to read too much into it, but like Chamath talking about he wants to start a retail fund over the weekend. That dude, that's like, it's 2021 SPAC stuff.
Fraud, yeah.
It's very fraud. The fact that he thinks he can raise money from his Twitter audience is like, what's going on? That means money must be cheap.
You don't think people feel burned from him?
Oh, dude, people hate him. But he still has enough people that don't even know what he did in 2021 that think he's a genius, right?
Yeah. So anyways, this all looks very similar. All big moves right into very difficult areas where it's like, okay, you as a trader, you would take some profits down, protect you take your principal out and you would protect that, right? And maybe you let some ride, but new money long here, no, you've missed it because it's too risky of a trade location for me.
Okay, that's fair. By the way, guys, was there a headline on Big Bear AI? I don't think there was a government deal today, or was it literally just a squeeze? Because I know 2 weeks ago there was a government deal. Today might have just been the squeeze.
No.
Yes, Corey. This and that. Yes. What's going on here?
It's going higher, dude.
Why?
No, just the chart says it's going higher. Like, I mean, it's just super. It seems like it moves a lot, right? But here's your last overnight high. This is 119. Look at this. Like it even tried to get a little bit in the after hours today. After hours, but like, anyways, if it's holding 119, then you're due for another move. And this becomes that consolidation, which, oh God, I don't say that.
I feel like this is bubbly, bro. Really bubbly.
Well, yeah,
I don't think people have a single clue why they're buying CoreWeave right now. I think they're chasing it
because they can't sell it. Like the people that IPO'd it can't sell it. It's like ARM. Did you feel like ARM was super bubbly too?
No, you're right. No, you
did. Yeah, like we all did, and it was, but it wasn't at the same time, right? Like it was and it wasn't. So it's like, dude, I don't know. This is price discovery, meaning the market's still deciding how much this is worth. If I take this at face value, you've actually kind of done the deal already and doubled just about this move. Yeah. So you have officially doubled this consolidation here. So from that perspective, target acquired. He's not watching anymore. Do you guys?
No, I have on my second screen. I'm looking at some Big Bear AI headlines, and all I'm seeing is people tweeting.
I thought you used a laptop, dude. I kind of want a refund. You said I just had one laptop screen.
No, I have three. I have my iPad, my laptop, and my desktop. But everyone's just tweeting that Big Bear AI is squeezing. That there's no actual fundamental that I see.
They're all kind of setting up. They're all setting up to squeeze.
But don't you think CoreWeave squeezed already?
That's what I'm saying. So what I said was that if this is the consolidation, right? Like lows. So here's your consolidation, your little cup, and you double it. You have officially, as of today, target acquired. So now you have to see, and what does you have to see look like? If you're holding 120 to 125, you can go higher.
Yeah. It's a good point about the liquidity as well. That's a really good point.
Yeah, I think that's rough. Like that's, but just think about it. Like I'll think about ARM. It continued, and then all of a sudden you had something, but then at a certain point you have a giant sideways consult. Like look at this. At a certain point, this will be CoreWeave. At some point.
Yeah. But CoreWeave could grow way faster. Like ARM's growing like 18%. CoreWeave can legit grow like 40, 50%. So
I mean, but
they're spending a lot of capex to get the growth, but still.
Through hyperscalers though, right?
Yes, Microsoft is a big.
So like what, but so then what if Nvidia comes out this week and just is like solely focused on sovereign AI and nobody really talks about hyperscale? I don't know. It just as a thought, right? Like then where's the CoreWeave story?
Yeah, I mean, Nvidia better talk about sovereign AI, Nvidia better talk about everything, bro.
I mean, they will. But they're going to talk about the biggest thing, which might be sovereign AI.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like it would be that.
Well, I mean, all the UAE deals points to that as well. So that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can we do Abercrombie and Fitch? They have earnings tomorrow. ANF. This was the darling of 23. You remember? I
do. Oh, dude. So it always is. It sketches me out a little bit. Oh wow, what a bummer! I missed that. I don't think I took the short. I took short a couple times, but I didn't get the big waterfall. Anyways, this and Dick's Sporting Goods, right? Dick's Sporting Goods.
Why are you laughing when you say that?
I'm not, because they're the same chart. They are the same chart.
I just feel like you were laughing for some reason.
200 week simple moving average, creating a little base. This looks constructive, but it's not to be trusted. 2 month plus consolidation off a month and a half, because this is going to tell you. Basically, what I see is some people have stepped in. They're looking at this is cheap. Technically, it's starting to squeeze now. Like now. Over 80, you confirm it if you hold it with strength over 80. That's 80 right here. And if you are comfortably over, then you should essentially hit the 200-day right there, which is like 120s. So this is like a 50. You do that 80, you do that $80 breach, you go to 120. But technically that would be the 200-day simple moving average. And right in here. I don't know. Have you bought anything from them lately?
No. So that's my bear. My bear case is that if they're
American Eagle.
Well, if they're too expensive and if tariffs increase their prices, they might have a crappy quarter. But I don't know what their demand looks like.
I don't know.
But that's like the fundamental bear case.
Maybe we should go to the mall.
Yeah, I just
didn't break down.
But Dick's also bought Foot Locker last week. So
okay, so this chart looks good. That chart looks good for now. That's it's a very clean double bottom. It doesn't mean it's like, it just looks like that's a good spot where you can make a clean risk reward 165.
Yeah. Okay, can we do OKLO?
The nukes. Hello.
Dude, this one, insane. It was $5 in January.
Why can't you cover something cool like OKLO?
No, not only did I cover it, I met with a friend in California in a coffee shop, and he showed me that he got access to OKLO in 2018 on the private market. His cost basis was like $4 or $5, and he was telling me about it. And I was laughing at him like, "Oh, you think this stupid little energy, blah blah blah."
What year was this?
This was in September, bro, last year. And freaking, he texted me over the weekend, and he's like, "Dude,
what a loser."
He said, "I'm selling calls at $85 because they're paying me $300 a contract, and his average is $6." Like,
wow,
he's loving this.
Well, I think this is my point, right? Like, this is it. Are they profitable? No, but
don't have any revenue either.
It's all the power generation. Maybe we go back to VST. Maybe we go back to the, not necessarily GE Vernova. GE Vernova is just to never sell. I don't care. Just never sell it. Or GE for that matter. But like this is clearly coming in hot after more than that's a huge drawdown.
No, it's like a big hit in April.
70% peak to trough, more than 70% peak to trough.
Yeah.
Look, congrats. And a nice sideways consolidation at 35s, and then boom, 2 days makes all the difference in the world. Imagine that.
So you like it here? Or you like the chart?
No, hell no. I mean, like,
I don't think you would buy it, but
yeah, like I missed it, right? Like I missed it. So meaning, like, so what I would have to see, I would have to, before any of this, like, I'm not looking, I could not buy any dip at this point. This has to continue on and make a new high, and then I can consider something. But it has to break this in order for me to be like, okay, I'll consider something. It has to do that. Like, it's from at this point, no, without a 3 to 5 year thesis on it, I don't know, right? Like, it seems okay. My keyboard is like flashing at me.
Your keyboard is flashing you?
Dude, it is. What is that?
That is weird.
It's flashing.
Okay, can we do Archer? Recovered a bit from the short report last week.
I mean, I'd say a good amount.
Dude, the short report was like, we will bet $1 million that by 2028 they still won't have a flight in the air. They're like, hey, for 3 years we're so confident they're not going to do anything, and they bet Jimmy Fallon money for his favorite charity because the guy went on Jimmy Fallon's show, the CEO of Archer. So,
yeah, I think you stay the course here, as in, like, if you're long, you stay long. As long as it's holding over that SPAC price 9 3/4, it's okay, but it's finally, it has made a new high near term. It has. So as long as it, but it's this is a consolidation week. This is also a consolidation week, as in, like, today is only 1 day this week. So that is 10 1/4, literally right here, 10.30. But that lines up to this old area right in here and leaves me with that essentially SPAC price. So you're anything over 10 is like, whoa, okay, do we want to pay attention to you or not? It's holding it. It hasn't broken back below. So that's interesting. And the TA says that it could be gearing up for some larger moves. Again, if the market turns into that speculation, like, what's happening in the market right now?
Nothing. I think they're flat. Why, you saw something?
I see this pullback. I thought it was extending, but now it's not extending.
Dude, we are so obsessed. Every little candle, all of us are just like, what's happening? What's happening? It's like the average person has no idea. And
dude, all I'm saying is I have another screen and I have it like this, and I'm like, whoa, this was the view. I'm like, what is that? What is that? Hey, good news though today, the 10-year and bonds. That was constructive.
took a breather.
Yeah, taking a breather, coming back in. That's decent. How's your TLT doing?
I mean, it's better today, but I'm getting more convinced TLT is the play, bro. Like, there's a lot of reasons.
Figure.
Well, Basent's going to make all the banks buy treasuries, and then stable coins are going to have to buy tons of treasuries to peg against stable coins. And then the Fed is going to cut rates. Like, this thing should be 100 by the end of the year, or at least mid 2026.
What would the 20-year bond yield at 100?
Well, the 10-year would be like 3.6.
No, the
20.
20.
Where is it at right now? 4. It's at 4.9. It would be closer to like 4, I would say. Maybe 4.2 roundabout.
What was it in September?
September of 24, it was 409.
Okay.
I think I don't know.
I mean, so that's where it would take it. And to me, that's like my, because like we're not going negative. This is negative, right?
Oh, dude, it's at a 7-year low at this point. Like,
yeah,
a 5-year low. When it hit 84 on Friday, that was like the low.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, can we do guys? I see a lot of tickers. Trust me, we're gonna get through them. We got about an hour and a half left, so we will get through them. But can we do Netflix all-time highs on this one?
Again?
You own this, right?
Dude, I suck, dude. I sold it when everything started, and I thought I was going to be able to get it cheaper, and then I didn't buy
Ironically, this was the recession play in April. Like, that's how wild it was. Yeah, dude, I think either we're in a big bubble or this is going higher.
If it holds this 12 and change comfortably, I mean, it's going higher. The issue is like it's very hard to chase. It's got more Momo in it. Why didn't we just do this instead of whatever? I don't know.
Their PE is still 57. It's still not a cheap stock.
This thing is up 50% from April.
Yep. Now, granted, that's not as big as a lot of other stocks, but given
what are you talking about, dude?
Robinhood's up like 115%. But my point is, it's Netflix, so it's a big company, so I get it. It's a good move.
500 billion.
Yeah. No, yeah, I think Josh Brown called it.
Did we start really early today? Is that what happened?
Yeah, we started.
I feel like we've covered a lot.
There's like 50 more tickers. Hold on, let me count how many I have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Netflix is our 30th ticker.
That's a lot more than normal.
It's a lot of tickers. There's still 50 requests. Dude, we're all junkies. Like, all of us. We just want more. But okay, so in terms of the chart, you think it holds 1200, it keeps going higher?
If it holds 1200, then it goes, then we have 1250 and change next. In the momentum seems to be building still on this. So that might not stop there.
Okay, Jason, I can tell you're getting tired. Let me give you a little break. I'm going to play a video.
Yes.
Yeah, this is good. Get some water or something. This is a good video today on Interactive Brokers and some of the momentum they're seeing inside of their platform. So we'll take a look at this. The SpaceX thing is happening at 8:30 or 7:30, guys. So we'll see if we can stream that. But if not, we'll definitely cover it tomorrow. And if it doesn't do well, I could see Rock Lab and ASTS and all those guys definitely getting hit after hours too.
Realistically, it's just that
all right, this one I think this is a good take from IBKR in terms of what momentum they're seeing in the broader market.
Do I have enough time to use the head?
Interactive Brokers Chief Strategist Steve Sosnick, who joins us here at Post 9. Great to see you, Steve. Welcome.
You, Carl.
We got the delay on the tariffs, but also this Japanese bond issue is kind of helping out, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I look at it, on a holiday weekend, it's tough to parse this stuff, but we actually were able to parse it a little bit. Yesterday, the ES futures were up sort of 55 points or so, which is a nice rally in itself, 1%. But then we got the extra kick today from the Japanese Treasury their Treasury bond market, basically saying that they're going to try to back off the long end a little bit, and that will help all the pressures that we're seeing at the long end of the curve, because we've been seeing bonds around the world act pretty poorly.
Did you think the carry trade was starting to get nervous?
I think a little bit, because you did see the yen appreciate. We've seen, today, even where the dollar is back a little bit versus on a basket of currencies, it's not back to where it was on Friday. So we're definitely seeing a little, there's still this ebb and flow out of the dollar internationally. And so that is a concern. I wouldn't say we're at the acute levels of the carry problem we saw last August, but this is definitely a little lighter.
What signals do you get from retail traders on your platform?
Our traders, our customers continue to be net buyers. I see this. I see the flow data. At least in our biggest names, but they have backed off. It could be last week because it was lighter volume. There's still, 23 out of the 25 biggest names showed net buying activity. Last week, though, was a little more speculative than usual, because I think there just were a lack of big catalysts. And actually, interestingly, Nvidia showed very, very slight selling, which is a little unusual for Nvidia, but that could be ahead of earnings. Overall,
the bullish sentiment, is that a contrarian signal? How do you look at that?
I can't look at it. It was contrarian when the market was falling, because our customers were big buyers as the market was plunging in April. They've kind of backed off a little bit, and I will say that they seem to know what they're doing for the most part. So maybe by backing off now, again, they're still net buyers, but they're not as aggressive net buyers. Last week, though, we saw some weird, sort of very speculative names crop up in different places on the list. Like CRWV was like number 6, and things of that nature. Like OKLO pushed back Palantir from So some of these things was a lot of speculation. To a certain extent, traders are going to trade, and we see that on our platform all the time.
Do you think the summer is going to lighten up volume-wise like it normally does, or is the tape so active and must-watch that people can't leave, or they can't take their eyes off of it?
I think you can't. I mean, think about the news flow that we get, right? I mean, so over the past couple of days, we've been whipsawed yet again. And remember, today is what we call socially acceptable volatility, because we're up 1.5%, but that's volatile. We think of how many months we went without 1% moves, in the prior year or two. Now they're routine. So I think you can't take your eyes off it, and especially with a lot of the action, particularly in the options market, moving to very, very short-dated index options. I think the volume's going to continue as long as we keep getting this news flow that makes it continue.
So is the lesson that you should buy on the tariff sell-offs, like Friday, the tariff threat on Europe sold off, then we got the reprieve over the weekend and we're up sharply?
It seems to be the message. It's almost, like there's a fire being lit, and then we kind of reward it for the fire extinguisher coming out to some extent. But that's that's sort of the lesson here, is that I think the market is starting to see through a lot of this, because a lot of these threats have been pushed back or ameliorated, or in other ways not really as effective as they seem to be. So I think people are reacting. It's still negative that there's this dislocation in terms of what to expect. But I think the lesson that we've learned to some extent is, like it or not, they get pushed back, and we get to do it again. We'll get to do it again.
Well, and it's not clear the impact.
How would you characterize speculative nature of things at this point in terms of measuring? You mentioned Palantir. We focus on it, and CRWV, and a number of these names, certainly that are trading at very high multiples at the very least. Is it higher than normal?
I think it is, because I think the momentum trade, David, is so impactful right now. People just chasing performance. And when you think about momentum trading in its extreme, right, all you're watching is, are we moving up? Are we moving down? You're looking at price action. You're not looking at fundamentals. So taken to its extreme, momentum trading is saying, I don't really care about fundamentals. They do catch up over time, but I think that is certainly a characterization now, because we are so momentum driven, and because so much money, frankly, has been made from speculation. People are going to do stuff until it doesn't work for them.
Have they chased? I mean, you can't really argue they've chased European stocks year to date like that, have they? I don't know.
They have, although I think our customer base tends to be
more domestic.
Well, our customer base is actually quite international, but our customer base is focused on the U.S. It's a little, it's so we've seen some of the money flowing out, but I would still say our customers, no matter where they are in the globe, tend to like the stuff that we talk about here all the time.
People are buying the dip. They are buying the dip.
It is so wild, dude. But I did see that today, what they're talking about, it looked like some international. We haven't done Grab. Can we do Grab?
Yeah, let's do Grab.
We should look at some international because a lot of that was outperforming for a bit. Now Grab looks fine. Holding.
Dude, the market's waiting for this freaking acquisition. That's what they're waiting for. And I'm more convinced it's going to happen. I just don't know when now.
Oh, I still have some Grab.
I've got a lot of Grab.
I did trail out a little bit. I don't have.
No, it's fair. It's an opportunity cost right now to anyone's portfolio because it's not moving. But like, it's hard to time when it's going to explode. All the characteristics are there to get it, especially this acquisition. Now that's like more obvious.
Yeah.
If the acquisition wasn't a rumor and the company was just being tracked on earnings, I think it would be closer to like $6 right now.
Did
but
you
it's
guys
being held down.
Yeah, no. So this, I mean, this looks no issues to report here. Not necessarily breaking out, but like healthy consolidation so far on Grab. Holding the 20-day, super constructive. Distance between them, holding. Yeah, I would not have any worries on this aside, barring some crazy news. Did you cover PDD already?
No. I mean, I talked about it, but.
Oh, well, I mean, so this tariff thing might be a little bit. I mean, the others like JD.com coming out a little bit. This is still at the lows. I'm not seeing a whole lot of. Wow, this is going to be interesting tomorrow. So like with the China names, Baidu, after that news from, wow, dude, Baidu cannot get out of its own way. So it doesn't look like it got hit with.
Dude, if Baidu is the Chinese Google, is Baidu also being disrupted by other like DeepSeek LLMs in China?
That's a good question.
That's something to look into, right? Because they make money off blue links, right?
Yeah.
To an extent.
I actually have no idea.
Yeah, that's something I'm going to look at a little bit more. But yeah, so JP Morgan said emerging markets is one of their next pillars of what people should be looking at, which I think they're right.
So BABA today did not look good, right? I think that in general tomorrow, so the bears have control of the China stocks right now, but I think there's some downside here in a name like BABA, who hasn't completely come back after the Temu news or report, if you will. I don't know that we buy a whole lot from. Does the U.S. buy a whole lot from BABA?
I mean, it's a pretty big supplier, but overall with China.
Yeah, if there's an issue here, BABA could be at risk, I think, near term. So these could be potential short-term trades to the downside if you wanted to take something like that. But again, it's one headline. It's one truth away from being up 50%. So there's that. So I'm interested to see if that actually holds a bid underneath some of these stocks, because they've at least pulled back. So we'll see how we'll see if the bears are able to pull through on the Chinese names in the US session. If not, if the bears fail to do their job in some of these Chinese names, then that actually makes them a little bit more attractive to me, since they have pulled back a little bit more.
Okay, can we do Lilly before Apple? Because people are asking a lot.
Yeah, we should also do Bitcoin because we haven't yet. So Lilly, I did buy this actually, just because. And I was thinking about NOVO. It's not the most attractive space right now, or like sector right now. But and we looked at this more recently. You know, every time it's gotten below the 720, it has been a near-term buy. What I'll say is that it's still looking constructive over that 720 area. So buys would have needed to be, I think I got something in here, 715, and then it pulled back, it bounced, and then it's since pulled back. So that's a little bit concerning that it wasn't able to hold, but this is fine here now. As long as it holds this area, then I can see at least a new cohort building. The NOVO stuff, and I think there's just general news about. Actually, Novo Nordisk is.
Yeah. What? So a lot of people are asking about this one based on.
I think you buy this.
Why?
I mean, technically.
Okay.
Technically, you got the old CEO ousted. It was consolidating.
Was he ousted or did he just leave?
I think he was ousted.
But in the chat, did they kick him out or did he leave?
And so this is that last consolidation, and today's candle completely outside of that consolidation range.
Yeah, they're saying he was ousted. Yeah.
Kicked.
They blamed the share price?
Yes.
So you just think it recovers back to the mean?
Well, there could be a longer term turnaround story, but yeah, at least a recovery back to the mean. I mean, we still have a lot of fat people in the world, dude, that need this stuff. Whether or not, sorry, myself included, right? But like whether or not, which I'm not even on it though, so I don't know. If I get the shot, I'll let you know, and then we can buy this stuff.
Trump really called it what did he say? The fat people shot? The fat shot?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
But so technically reclaiming not only the 20, but also the 50-day simple moving average in the midst of all the bad news, potential like turnaround activism. This is not a bad entry spot. This is a very good entry spot if you like the space. It really is.
Yeah. You're not wrong on that. Okay.
We'd like to see it hold 70 for the next week, but
okay, can we do Coke, which had a split
Elon
today?
took it?
Yeah, I think Elon's on Ozempic. I think he said he was. So I could be wrong. I don't know, but I thought he said he was. So they did a forward split today, I think. 10 for no, wait.
I don't know. This is massive consolidation. It actually looked like it was going to come down.
Dude, they're doing a 10 for 1 on May. Like it'll be $7 soon.
Ew.
That is kind of weird, bro. Coca-Cola at $7. That is Buffett's gonna have 1 trillion shares. Yeah, they approved it today. So
well, I think that's probably more stock-based compensation stuff or whatever if they need to.
I wonder if that juices up the option market because Coke doesn't have good premiums. I'll buy some Coke.
It's gonna have it worse. It's gonna have worse premiums at 7, dude.
What if they have better premiums? What if we get everyone? What if people think of it's Big Bear AI and they like $7? I'm just,
Okay, when I say worse, I mean unreliable volatility, like Big Bear AI. It's unreliable volatility. It's not something.
Wait, hold on. People are saying there's a Coke ticker over versus KO.
There's a different company. Yeah, that's a different company. It's Coca-Cola Company.
What?
Yeah, it's a different company.
There's 2 Cokes?
What do you mean?
Coke is the bottler? I thought it was just all
the bottling company.
Dude, I did not know that, bro. Oh, never mind. It's not even fun anymore. Oh, who cares then, dude? That's like I thought it was actually Coke.
Coke uses Palantir.
Well, dude, Carp always is with a Coke bottle on the interviews.
Is it bottler and distributor, or is it just the bottler?
Bro, I thought it was one company. I didn't think there was a difference between the
yeah. So I
bottler
think this already split because this was like $1,000.
Nah, that makes way more sense.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
This was $1,000 stock, dude.
I didn't even know it existed, bro.
Now
That's a hell of a ticker. COKE. That's a nice ticker. That's a good one.
You learn something new every day, man.
It's a good one. Yeah. Okay. So let's do can we do GE Veranova?
GEV, it's never sell. You'll never sell bucket. What do you want from me? Chart looks amazing. It just grinds, dude. Grind. Little weak today, but hey, all-time high, 52-week high, whatever you want to say. This is like $600.
All right.
This is more than just data center, though, but it is.
100%. 100%.
Yeah. I mean, GE also, hello, look at this bad boy. Dude, could you imagine, like, if you actually bought GE pre-split down here in the 40s before you got the spinoff of GE Vernova and GE Healthcare?
I mean, it's almost what people are expecting out of Google if they ever do split.
Well,
right?
I did. And then I didn't want GE Healthcare, so I sold that pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But GE, I started to trim and it was getting kind of wonky. And I was like, this is way beyond my targets. Again, I should never have sold this. So I will not be selling my GE Vernova, which I actually added to post-split. Look at this. This is just beautiful.
It's a nice chart, dude. It's a beautiful freaking chart.
I mean, the turnaround that GE has had, even the aerospace, is just, I mean, unfreaking. I don't even want to do TA on this because I will be really sad. Oh my God.
So I get you to 700, 800?
1,000.
Yeah.
That's not right. That can't be right. Yeah, it's not. 450s.
Okay, can we do some semis? MRVL.
So I think like the Micron, Marvell, they report after. Does Marvell report before or after?
Oh, after NVIDIA.
After NVIDIA. Very squeezy. I think that Marvell will make the move on the NVIDIA report and then probably not move for its own report, most likely. But yeah, this is holding again over its 20, over its 50 today, trying to continue to hold over its 200 week simple moving average. That's that purple line. It's constructive overall. Like the semi sector, we haven't looked at as a sector, but yeah, it looks like it's getting ready to partake again. And so if the sector as a whole continues, that these guys have been, look at this is in the dumper still, right? Like if things like this, Micron, whoever, actually catch up, I mean, that's it's a big tailwind for the broader indices. So why NVIDIA this week becomes pretty much your critical turning point, more so than PCE, I guess.
Okay, we're gonna do 3 quick ones and then we'll get into Bitcoin. You can do Costco. Yeah.
Oh, I was just sorry. I forgot.
You can do this one too.
They report. Yeah, I don't think this goes anywhere. It usually comes down a little bit, but it's kind of hard to sell premium on this guy. Although Costco, it just doesn't really move that much because they report monthly. So just under 1,000. If you get a dip, 970s, That's going to be the 50-day. Then it probably holds and then recovers.
Okay, Micron, same kind of story, but
yes, exact same. Well, actually, I mean, it's back in the box. It was firmly out of the box, but now it's back in the box. The box being this massive consolidation here. So holding that center line, that's 115s, something like that, to the upside quickly.
okay.
Actually, I got to sneeze. Hang on.
You have to sneeze? It sounded, look, that looked like an aggressive sneeze, bro.
I mean,
dude, next time you got to leave it under mute or off mute. We got to hear it with you.
I mean,
dude, no one sneezes worse than my dad. My dad sneezes and like there could be an earthquake after he sneezes, bro.
Yeah, there's a lot of call flow on Micron. Seems
okay.
to be popular.
What was the one I was just gonna say? ASML.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 2 more, then we'll do Bitcoin.
Also, so these all look similarly constructive. Does anybody in the chat own SOXL
or SMH or anything?
Yeah, the leverage. Do you mind if I look at that?
Yeah, good.
So I'll never chart like a leverage ticker, but I will look at. Oh yeah. Okay, so this is right back to where they did the death cross and higher beta. So the chart is, it's kind of like teasing because it's right back into that consolidation area. So that would be 260s on the semi sector as a whole. Nvidia doesn't even have to do anything, but if the rest just kind of catch up, it does become 260. It does become pretty interesting. I'm not sure if I have an equivalent. Yeah, so the equivalent of that would be more like 25 on SOXL. So you have to deal with decay here. This is, by the way, this is why you don't own a leverage ticker as an investment. This is the chart of the SMH. This is the chart of the 2x leverage. Completely different.
Yeah.
Completely different, you guys. It's not the same.
Those leveraged instruments, and you know this better than everyone, they're meant to be used as trades, not as investments.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, but you think semis are breaking out a little bit here?
They do pay big dividends stuff. The semis are looking like they're going to try to break out. Everything is at a bit of a precarious position because it's essentially the first test of the 200-day simple moving average on SMH and on SPY at the index level. The first one doesn't usually hold. Like we usually get multiple. That said, if we continue higher, the 200-day simple is going to be higher later than where it is now as well. So things could kind of be a little fluid here.
Okay, last one before Bitcoin, Nike.
Okay, I do have to I have to call our quant here pretty soon. Oops, you said Nike. Because we have what hat are you wearing?
I'm just wearing a hat. What are you talking about?
I mean, this guy doesn't even know that his team's playing in the finals right
now.
Knicks? Like he has no idea.
Oh, you have to gamble. That's what you're saying.
No, I have to call the quant, the sharp.
What did he say? Was he right about the Knicks on game 3?
Yes.
Dude, my friend bought a contract for the Pacers when they were trading at $86. They ended up being wrong towards the end of the game. Ooh. And so I need them to keep buying.
You should have your friend come back over here or we had to open up a sports betting section in the server today because it's just I want to say out of hand, but like it's a different ballgame when you have people that like, anyways. I like Nike, man. I'm just saying, I'm not selling. Today's candle looks great. Like this looks just like the rest of these turnaround situations, but it's still in the box, to be fair. I don't know why Billy sold it.
No, he got the call options now, right?
I don't know.
Oh, you didn't know that? So he took all of his stock and he turned it into 3-year in the money calls.
Oh, is
that more bullish or bearish? I don't know.
No, it's the same. It's less bullish, but he saw it as, what it means is he still likes it.
Yeah.
But it's potentially an opportunity cost.
Yeah.
So he wants to free up some cash, but keep the trade on at the same time.
Yeah.
That's what that is. So it's neutral. Like people see, and I hate when people are like, oh, I saw all these like multi gabillions of in the money call option flow. Guys, that is never super bullish. It's not bearish, but it's not like something that you should ever think of as like significant positional changes.
Right.
There's only the we don't have that much time. I was thinking of going through the COT report.
We can definitely do that on a different day.
Okay.
But you like Nike? You think it's good?
Yeah, I'm not changed. I'm not changed at all.
You own it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. There you go. All right, so let's get into Mr. Bitcoin here.
Bitty. All right, so I think it's last time I said you can let it breathe. Breathe. Hopefully the alts can catch up. Don't get too ahead of yourself though, guys and girls. But consolidation at the highs is perfectly fine. It's not a short. You do kind of want to be a little cautious of like banging your head up against this too many times. But net, I still think this resolves higher, and a dip may feel wild, but is ultimately buyable after hitting a new all-time high. Ultimately buyable. Now, that said, there was a time in the market where we have also hit a new all-time high more recently at the stock market. I'm going to use crypto as an example, whereas this, I'm going to make this really big and white. This white line represented a prior high, and we did have a new all-time high, but subsequently proceeded to sell off a bit, although it was in fact a dip by opportunity, although your time frame had to be correct. Like it had to be long enough. I got so close, dude. So close. I'm just a greedy bastard, and I really wanted it deep into this area. But
well, what range would that be?
I won in the 50s.
Hmm.
Like 60. But no, this was actually ends up being a pretty solid break, consolidation, retest, bounce. That's what that is. It's good. It's constructive. So that said, like, can this come back in like significantly? Yeah. And still be good? Yeah. It's possible. I mean, the other truth is that I'm never selling my Bitcoin, so it's whatever to me.
So are we going to 150 this year? Like, do you think that's possible?
150?
Like, is there enough pressure, you think?
I have like 130s, but like anything can happen. At this point, a retest into the 90s is perfectly fine. So a 10% drawdown, or that might even be more than 10%, is fine as well. Typically what happens is that Bitcoin goes sideways for a while, and then the altcoins take off, and then and then actually Bitcoin comes down, and then the altcoins go to like the actual gulag, and then Bitcoin goes back up.
Yeah. But does that mean that Solana and all these things need to tank before we go higher?
Well, no, I think that the phase that we're in is that Solana can actually make another leg higher without Bitcoin.
Really?
Uh-huh. That's what I mean by like when I had to like look, don't get ahead of yourself, is like if this is the moment where Bitcoin stalls and you know.
By the way, Tesla 365 after hours, folks.
And like you have like an Ethereum that starts to get all the way back into the 35s and then some. This would be the extended sideways action for Bitcoin while everybody pays attention to the alts. And then Bitcoin pulls back. And then you probably want to exit stage left of the alts soon thereafter or thereabouts. Because the pullback on the alts is brutal. And then you want to see Bitcoin like hang out again and take another leg higher, which would be still in December-ish or the eating season. October.
So we're going higher.
We're not going lower yet.
And how are you playing this outside of pure Bitcoin? Is it just HOOD?
Oh, yeah. I'm not playing HOOD for, I've never been playing HOOD for crypto exposure. So I'm not actually actively playing this, but I'm looking at it as like, well, if I do hedge something, it'll probably be through, I want to say Coinbase intraday. Like I day trade Coinbase a decent amount. I think that you can, I hate looking at miners. Like you could possibly play the Maras and your Clean Sparks, but those are so tied to Bitcoin specifically. And I'm not super bullish Bitcoin here. I'm very like fine. Like I think it's perfectly fine. I think it's actually healthy for this to consolidate up here for a while. Ultimately pulling back slightly to get that springboard higher, but it can just go. But the miners, I'm like, they're all tied to Bitcoin. And if you think that we're going to have a delayed alt season, because the alt season is here, but it's delayed. It's thoroughly delayed. Like a quarter behind, which is weird. Kind of throwing the seasonality off a bit. It's the miners they shouldn't benefit from that per se. But the focus at the market is very much into Bitcoin. Isn't there Solana? Is there a Solana 2x leverage? No.
Is this SOLU, I think? ETH-U is leveraged.
Oh, I know ETHU.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's a 2x.
Yeah, ETHU. Holy moly.
Sol T. Check that one.
Maybe that sounds good. Look at this, like 2x leverage from the lows is triple.
Yeah, Sol T is the one.
That sounds so close to salty.
Dude, Solana was $9 in 2023. And it's like, I know a lot of Solana bulls that they believed so much in it. And now it's the de facto meme coin blockchain.
I mean, that's not what it was supposed to be, but that's what it ends up being.
Well, that's the use case that people figured out. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, Trump's meme coin is on Solana, if I'm not wrong.
So there is a Solana 2x leverage.
Okay, when do you have to go? It's almost 7 or 4 your time. What, 15 minutes?
Yeah, that's fine. Maybe a little. I could probably go a little bit over, but I think it's a big game tonight.
Are you gonna like actually sit and watch it? Like you like legit?
Oh yeah, Like
how much money are you putting on the Knicks, bro? Like how much are you doing?
0. You mean against the Knicks?
You're putting on the Pacers today? You putting what, 50 grand on the Pacers?
No, like there's a lot of there are a lot of people betting, but like I think if you're a serious sports bettor, you probably do like 10 grand a night, maybe, like per night. Like if you're playing games like across all the sports, like your basketball, we got tennis going right now, baseball. I mean, it's not even football season, man.
Yeah.
But I will tell you, like my Robinhood account has kind of like, has kind of like unofficially become a sports book account.
That was the bear case everyone had around Robinhood introducing sports betting, but I think it's a bull case. So
I'm just telling you, I'm not the only one either that whose Robinhood account has turned into a the sports betting book.
That's juicy hood contracts. It's good. All right, let's get through like these last like 10 tickers, and then we'll be.
And you can make a lot more money on Robinhood sports bets live than you can on some of those other like places. Like we caught. All right, sorry, I'm very.
It's a good product. It's a good product.
Very off topic here.
Okay, quick one. SMLR. I think this is another Bitcoin treasury.
Dude, oh SMLR.
Similar scientific.
Is the SMLR is the I think the one that got more traction. SMLR is the one that has been doing it, right? But it's not. I just don't think it's getting the headlines necessarily. Chart looks squeezy for sure, but I think you need to give this some more time. Oh, I saw Savage in the chat. Look at that. Boom, 367.
365 after hours. Not bad. Okay, so it looks squeezy to you?
It looks squeezy, but it's something where like you have to kind of be there and wait for it to happen. If it happens. Okay. Otherwise 37s, maybe.
Okay. LEU. I know you've never done this one before, but any thoughts on this one? It's a $2 billion company, I believe. Energy name up 13% today, 12.8%.
Never heard of it. New all-time high? No, not new all-time high. It looks okay. I mean, it looks a little toppy too. This is not one where I would chase. You'd want to wait for a pullback closer to 88s and then see if it holds. Because this is getting exaggerated like at the top.
Yeah.
Like a lot of stuff, but
okay. Broadcom, AVGO.
Back to the semis.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, look at these V recoveries. I mean, this looks like a
market.
Nvidia chart, right back to the scene of the crime. I think this matches up almost perfectly.
Yeah, same to what you said about Marvell and Micron, basically.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, so Marvell and Micron have not come back like this. Broadcom is more like it's more like Nvidia, where Nvidia's somewhat close to the highs, like the highs here being like 260s. It's sitting at 230, so it's pretty close. But Marvell is going to be a catch-up trade. Micron is going to be a catch-up trade. When we look at something like a Marvell, it's 65, and the equivalent high is literally double from here. Where Nvidia and Broadcom are, they're all the way back in here.
Right.
Marvell is like way down here, still kind of clawing its way out of the gulag, looking constructive. I don't know what happened to them. Why all the... Is Jose here?
No.
Have you talked to him about this? Because this is one.
Well, the reason they delayed their investor day, bro, last week. It was supposed to be on like a Wednesday, delayed it for like a month or something. That's also.
Do they have some kind of big announcement coming, or?
I mean, I don't know, but delaying the investor day kind of sus.
Not really. Why?
I mean, imagine Robin said they're doing the investor day on December 4th, and they're like, "Hey guys, no, we're not. We're doing it on January."
No. You have to understand. You have to delay an investor day if you have earnings right behind it.
No, but then why did they schedule the investor day originally before earnings? That makes no sense.
Like, I mean, you gotta get a new PR team at that point. But I wouldn't if they.
I don't think it's bearish. I'm just saying that's why the stock fell. That's
not from here.
No,
from 110. You're talking about from.
Oh 60. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. I'm talking about from that.
Yeah. So delaying the investor day in this one, I think you take that one as a nothing burger in this instance, because they can't have an investor day right before earnings. They just can't. Because they wouldn't be able to talk about anything.
That's true. Yeah.
Right. But it's more this earnings at 88. And why are they not even close? And I mean, they're not even close. Like, look at this. Here's the trade war zone. I'm getting a little interested here, dude. Because like I also have like a firm belief right now that like any stock that's even close to the trade war zone really just doesn't deserve to be there, because the market's not actually pricing in tariffs. I'm missing something. Hopefully the chat will help me out. But this is, without more context, this would be undeservedly close to the trade war price point.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point. Maybe they're waiting for Nvidia earnings. Maybe that's also on deck for them, or at least what the street cares about.
I'm gonna go out on a limb, dude, and I think this might be worth a flyer.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all here. Can we do CrowdStrike? Because that one's looking like it wants to go to 500. And they haven't had earnings yet, right? So I don't know why it's pumping.
Yeah.
Palo Alto kind of shit the bed. So I don't know, again, why this one is getting so much love.
I mean, this is 550. This is that trajectory. It's honestly, so from here to there, this is if I took.
By the way, real quick, CrowdStrike was the cheapest it's ever been after that whole Y2K thing back in July 2024.
I love how you call it Y2K, dude. That's so funny.
And I mean, that's what people said it felt like. And that was the cheapest since IPO. So this to me is very similar to Palantir, or I should say Palantir is very similar to CrowdStrike. You might just never get to buy this name at a cheap price. And any dip you have to take advantage of, because it never becomes cheap.
I mean, it unless it does.
But even when it fell below 200, it wasn't cheap. Like CrowdStrike's always been an expensive ass stock. It's just it was cheap relative to 500.
So like this is the general. Whoa, what just happened on my lines? I just spent a bunch of time thinking around. I don't know what just happened.
CrowdStrike, what is their PE? Their PE is, well, technically they don't have one because they're not profitable.
The worst.
When it says NA, I'm like, oh boy. But it's definitely an expensive name. And I bought some of it at 270. I think I sold it like 340 or whatever. But I did not hold on to this one.
Yeah, so it's really steep, I think is what I'm getting at. And I'm like, this is all sus right here, right now, because what it's the pre-earnings, like just final press. It's sus because like it's all going to be TBD. Maybe they do well, maybe they don't. We don't really know just yet. Trying to get a channel, like we have like a fairly bullish channel.
I just know they can't have guidance like Palo Alto.
But
Otherwise,
it's at the highest of that channel is where I'm kind of going with this. So even if it does do this and it pulls back to basically where it just came from, it's still bullish. Yeah, I mean, this has got to be one of the most expensive stocks out there at this point now.
it is. It is the second most expensive software name in the market. Palantir is number 1. Okay, can we do Navitas, NVTS, NV? They partnered with Nvidia last Friday, and they're up like 250% since then.
Well, all I know is Shay told me he's not selling. So I'm like, whatever. Shy. I don't really know. Like, it's in price discovery mode. Market doesn't know what to do with this yet.
I agree.
It's just going. Market does not know what to do with this. You have to have a fundamental story. Otherwise, this looks like 10. Was it a SPAC?
I don't even know, bro. Honestly, was it a SPAC, guys? I just know they've been dead money for a while, and then Nvidia announced a big partnership, and they just...
We did do grab. SpaceX is live now.
No, so the launch. We'll watch the launch, Jason. You don't have to stay if you don't want to, but I think it's at 7:30. So we have 30 minutes. So I'll switch to it when we get there.
Kendall says it was a SPAC.
Oh, it was a SPAC. Okay. There you go. Can we do what's the stock I was looking at? Can we do, did I forget it? Can we do we're not doing AK Media. That's not public.
What are you talking about? Oh, well, how did you give me those shares? Joking. But I do know the CEO of AK Media.
Tempest, that's the one. Tempest AI. I should have followed Nancy into this stupid shit instead of Google, bro. She's up like 500% on this.
I mean, Tempest has a tendency to get really squeezed. It's like a 63. Yeah, so if I draw this horizontal line, it's like 63, like literally right here, 63.90, just under $64. Okay, we have a very short time frame chart here, but look at this reaction, and I just drew it straight across. Like whenever we get through this level, it can get really squeezy really fast, but this is like a key pivot, boom, pivot, boom, pivot, boom. And you wouldn't know that. You wouldn't necessarily notice it unless you're looking like real tight in the charts. And that's like pretty much right here. So over 63, that's when this thing gets real wonky. It's wonky as in like squeezy. It's this spot right here, 69. So between 63 and 69, if it builds a base in this area, and eventually you start to see these 70s, another squeeze can pursue for sure. But it's building that right now. I don't know what the short interest is. It is a low float stock. I would suggest looking at short interest on something like this as well.
Okay, Rivian. Yeah, I was gonna just ask. Rivian.
No, you weren't. You were not.
No, I really was gonna ask her that.
No, you weren't. I like it. Rivian.
But I have to pee, so I'm gonna leave while you're doing Rivian. So.
Okay, Rivian is not a short time. It's a long time. Weekly, we actually had this little box in the 17s. Rivi, we call her Rivi, is fine. I think there was a deal, and somebody in the chat might know this. But I believe the deal was 21% short interest on. Thank you, Corey. I think it was that Volkswagen has to buy them at like a 30% premium to their 30-day average weighted price of certain time frame. I believe that price with the 30% premium does put it around 17. So I think this can continue to like knock its head up at that level. But until this is firmly over, I think this still becomes something to sit in for a long time, not necessarily trade for a good time. All right. I don't have a list, but 30, yeah, 30. It is a 33% premium, but to what price? I don't know what price that is. That is what you would want to look into. You guys are shooting honest right now. Yeah, I've seen a firm requested a lot, so I'll do a firm. So this Affirm weekly, not bad. So this is that $47, $48 level, came back in, actually breached. I mean, now we're looking at this. I like this over Upstart from a leadership perspective. It is technically an inside week, but this looks ready soon. So I'm going to take this little prior double bottom. That's at 53. If this can come down and kind of consolidate for a bit in this box, that's, I think, fine as well. It doesn't have to explode tomorrow. But if you have like a weekly close and like close over in the prior week hold, this is that area where something's a brewing. She's gonna put, oh, I just turned these SMAs on and this is getting crazy tight. I mean, you're literally on it like right now. So there's the box. But if I zoom in, you get a little squeezy. I say squeezy down on the oscillators. That's down here at the bottom of this chart. It's a different kind of oscillator. I don't think we've ever gone through that. But this has gone up over the zero line. Yes, on a firm. Actually, it's not triggering yet, but this looks like it's building. It looks like it's going to trigger soon. This red line is a 200-day, and the white line is the 20-day. It's right on it. This looks like it's going to try real hard. Look at this. This is going to be another like beach ball type play. Like poof, it goes, and then that goes would be up to like 56s. Pull back, hold, breathe, and build some Momo.
So we're basically in like rapid fire phase right now, guys. Can we do Nebius, bro? A lot of people wondering on that one.
I thought we did that. Oh no, we did Navitas.
Nebius,
I don't
NVIS. People are thinking this is going to be the next kind of core even in terms of stock price movement.
That's impossible.
Well, yeah, because the insiders don't.
Yeah, well, just from the mechanics perspective, it's not going to have the same dynamics. Why is this a cloud provider?
These guys do a lot of things. They're a holding company for AI data centers is their bread and butter, but they do a lot of shit. And their growth is great.
It's never going to be it. Sorry to interrupt. Sorry. Only it's a different market altogether.
Well, yeah, GPU reselling is not exactly what they're doing. Yeah.
Well, to European companies, I think is the key. Sorry, I totally interrupted you.
No, it's fair.
It's because it's based in Europe. So it's like you look at CoreWeave, who are they selling to, right? Their deals are done here. Like if we have even then, you could look at what's going to matter is who their customers are. So like if you could go into, sometimes they'll do like white papers. So like this is a white paper.
Do you think their chart is like they've already made a pretty big move from the lows in April? They're trading at 50% cash still, or like 45% cash or whatever. And then again, if Nvidia crushes it, people just think
it's a value play.
People think it's a proxy on Nvidia from data centers, but it's at a cheaper valuation, is the argument.
Okay. I can give it, it's a proxy on Nvidia in data centers in Europe. I think location is crucial there. It's in Europe. You know, we went to their customers. Like, have you ever heard of these customers?
I have not.
No. So unlike CoreWeave, where their customer white papers are going to be Microsoft, Amazon, you know, hyperscalers. This is a different tier of customers.
Now, Nvidia also has a stake in these guys. That's another thing. By the way, guys, Nvidia's CoreWeave stake is now worth $3 billion as of today. So I forgot I have CoreWeave. I own CoreWeave as proxy by owning Nvidia. So
there you go.
There you go. Okay, so overall chart, bullish or bearish on this one?
So it is not, it's neutral here because it's right in that 41 level that's been the overhead resistance since inception, like 2011. So it's not gone. It's been dead money for over a decade at this price. I think you have a core disconnect in terms of geolocation here. Like, you're not going to get the same type of juice from out of a Nebius versus a CoreWeave unless some kind of, unless Nebius hosts sovereign AI for the EU. That's how that would work.
Kimball Musk.
And then kaboom.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. Kimball Musk right here is selling 31 million of Tesla stock. They're definitely unloading some of these shares. Okay, cool. So that's Nebius. Yeah, Tesla's still up after hours.
Yeah.
Can we also do TMDX? Do you still have this one at all?
No, I was short this one, closed it short. It's back into, actually, it's made a huge move. Then we were doing this and it was like, okay, it's long. Over here, over this area, you got a huge gap and go over earnings. So you're right back to where it was like a year or so ago. I think that this is okay because it's been so long since it was here. Yeah, it's like 9 months, almost a full year. So it's essentially retraced that year. I don't know enough about the, it's a small company with a large growth and potential. I mean, I don't know, dude. The other thing is, like, it's organ transplant. What if Optimus starts building a lot of these other fake organs? Does that,
dude? What is okay? You're we're getting to that part of the show. That there's no way you think that's a bear case. Not even close. But
it's a small cap.
Yeah, that's the big
with possible potential. Yeah, this looks, it's going back to where it came from. There's no issues there. And they did change. The CFO's gone. Now they set them up for success, right? So, okay, cool. And they're doing well. And this was the show me quarter right here. And they showed. So that looks good.
Can we look at IONQ?
Is there an ETF for this stuff, this quantum stuff?
There definitely is a quantum ETF. The ticker is, I believe, QTUM.
Oh,
yeah.
Yo, we're coming up on all-time highs on Ionic here.
You know who's short this name, right? Publicly.
Steve?
No, not Steve. Skrelly.
I mean,
like, dude, he was on a rampage today, tweeting out all these videos about the CEO, and he said it's a fraud. And it's like, this guy's losing his mind on the quantum.
Yeah, yeah, he is. That's
because he's shorting on margin. Like, he's not, I mean, he can manage his stuff because he's a big boy, but it's aggressive.
Yeah, this is squeezy. This is squeezing. Is there a lot of short interest, or is it just
their short float on IONQ is 17%.
I mean, this is why you don't really mess with that stuff. I mean, you have a heavy short float stock with a very bullish trend right into the all-time highs. Like, dude, shit's gonna go down.
Also, you got retail that's willing to bet on the future. They don't need to see earnings. So it's like, how are you like? If you're gonna bet against that, you just better hope the rug is gonna get pulled. If not, there's plenty of people joining the quantum army.
The problem is the rug needs to get pulled now. It's not getting pulled.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's already past earnings. So like, what has to happen? The market as a whole has to lose its appetite for growth at any cost, growth.
And that just happened 2 months ago.
Yeah.
We're back. This is why I'm buying good. I'm like, all right, we're back.
Yeah, my new sportsbook app, it's just been like blowing up lately.
Can we do QBTS? That's another quantum name.
I remember a time too when you said like, dude, if you were going to do a challenge, then I would come in on the sports bets and it was a challenge, but now the challenge has already been met. I don't know what to say.
Well, you've made a lot of money in the playoffs for the NBA. Like you've made like 10Xs in this playoffs.
Oh, dude, it's nothing compared to March Madness. It was insane.
I forgot. Yeah.
We haven't even, because it just changed, because now we're able, when Robinhood flipped the switch, because you were only able to bet on the entire series, and they're like best of 7 type series. And then they flipped the switch for all of a sudden you're able to do single game contracts. I'm just telling you that you literally 7x your now we're close to, we should be back to that March Madness type volume. I mean, imagine MLB, MLS, I mean, football season. I'm excited. QBTS, this is clearly all-time highs. This is a breakout quarter, so I think you kind of have to reset. Does not need to retrace all of it, but it can. What I would do is like, here's your, where'd it go? Here's your earnings move. Oh no, like you're continuing on. So it's possible that at some point in time, it can cool off and come back. Wow, dude. This was $7 when they reported.
Yeah, this one's had a monster move.
That is a monster move. It's very high and uncorrected. So like all I can really do is kind of, I hate taking trend lines. When I first like started learning TA, I did have like a teacher, a mentor person that was like, one of the first things he told me is like, the steeper your trend line, if you're going to use them, the steeper your trend line, like the weaker it is. This is like a 45-degree angle, so steep in terms of like angle, and it's pretty far away from it. So like if you were to come in, it would look a little something like that. But again, it's a 45-degree angle. It's not that strong. So like it could easily do that and then get its bearings. For now, this is such a hard one. You'd have to own this either for a very long haul, and hopefully you're very green on it already and you kind of just ride the lightning. But there are probably going to be a lot of people that are just simply moving their stop losses up. Like this opened up at $20 today and it just went straight down all day. Really didn't catch any bids until 17, which is it's an okay spot, but it's not. I mean, this is the 3-day balance or something. So below 17, this can get large percent moves. You can have something like that pretty easily. I think so I would put a stop around 15, or you just ride it because you're in it for a long term. Whatever's going on here is it's pretty unbelievable.
Can we do Dutch Bros?
This is D-Wave, dude.
Yeah, I know.
The guy's mustache.
Dude, Alan, people like the CEO. They like him. They mess with him.
They only have like they don't need to sell a lot to get this massive, like their forecast might say, oh, I'm 400% higher year over year, maybe even 1,000% higher year over year. But like, that's because they sold like 2 machines. They're forecasting to sell 2 more machines.
Growth is growth, baby.
No. Quantity, scalability, sustainability. That's like, I mean, they're very long sales cycles.
Okay, so hold on. What's your gut feeling? Is this a bubble and it pops back down to $7, or it normalizes at 17?
I think it normalizes until some of those sales fall out of their sales cycle. And then he has to forecast differently, which might not be for a long time, but eventually the market's going to find out that like, okay, this is a very small cap. It's the small dollars here. It's not like Palantir.
No,
it's not like, you know, they're
unless
selling.
they have growth that is so substantial that it's not too hardware.
Also, who are they selling to? I think is important, right? Because like I think they sold a machine to IBM or HPE, right? They sold a machine to HP. HP is not like known to be innovators in the space, really, right? Like, and that's like $1 billion or something machine.
Yeah.
Like if they were selling machines to Nvidia, whole different story, right? And they only need to sell one. If they said, oh, we have a pipeline, we have a sales forecast to sell machines to AMD and Nvidia, like this thing could get wild, but it's not quite there.
Okay, let's do Dutch Bros and then one more, and then I'll get you out of here, Jason.
Okay.
The Bros, any thoughts on this one? They had good earnings.
I mean, I like the what's the coffee called that they have, the one with the crazy caffeine or something. Put your favorite Dutch Bros drink name in the chat.
Yeah, I've never had it, so I don't know.
I mean, but watch this, you guys. Somebody's got to drink Dutch Bros.
It's not Bang Bros. Oh my gosh.
Well, Jason.
Evil, great use of the word of the day. He said, I took a siesta and you guys are still going. That's an evil fandango.
Oh man.
So the name, a protein coffee, you mean? Blended freeze? They have a Rebel energy drink.
And they do have that. They have some crazy 911. Is that so? Like they have
911, yeah. Six shots espresso and Irish cream.
Yeah. So like they have some crazy names, but they have some crazy stuff too. Yeah. Anyway, so they got the name, so we can do the chart.
We got SpaceX in 11 minutes, folks. We'll get to that.
All right. Extension looks like you're gonna come in and retest somewhere around $80, and then target acquired near term, and then you're back to the highs. I don't know if it's worth $100 growth, but listen, if I'm saying the next target is 80, you know what happens. Crazy. Looks good though. All okay, right. One more.
I'm gonna let you.
I'm gonna take off, and you guys can watch Starlink. Or am I good?
No, you pick. You pick last one. I'm gonna give you the pick.
Wow. Unity Software.
All right.
Not been in the just to watch. They do have earnings. No pre-earnings move has happened. This is just like everything else. Extremely tight. Not moved. Heavy consolidation. Again, one of those names where when the market decides they like this weird growth situation, Unity is one that goes in there. But this extreme, something's a brewing. I did see some very wild upside call flow for January. So this would be one where volatility is actually very cheap. It's off the lows. I mean, it would not be for a long time for me. I do know some people that do like it for a long time, but I think this is mostly de-risked at the moment. Coming into earnings later, it has not had its pre-earnings pop just yet. So this one, if it gets squeezy, it could get squeezy. The setup is there. It has not fired yet. So one to definitely watch. This could be like a 50% mover. There you have it.
All right. Jason, I think we did like 50 tickers, man. This is a big one today. If you guys at all appreciate for free him staying here for 3 hours and doing this, please give him a follow.
I appreciate all you guys. That one was off the cuff too. I wasn't necessarily thinking about going through Unity, but I do. Today's a good close. If the market stays hungry for some growth, hasn't gone yet, it will remember, and it does move.
All right, that's his Twitter. This is
he is the man. I love it.
Tuesday, we're not going to have Technical Tuesday, so I'm going to be in DC. We're not, but maybe we can replace the day. I'll text you. We'll see if we can do it.
Yeah, we're in the middle of the mastermind session right now, so it'll be a little tough.
Okay, so we'll figure it out if we can.
Yeah, it'll be tough because we're on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so we have that, and then my business stuff I have to do on Thursdays. So
yeah, next week I'm traveling the whole week, but this is good. I mean, dude, we did 50 tickers, so we did a lot of stuff today.
Yeah,
to get through it as well.
Sure. All right, guys. Well, I don't want to hold up your SpaceX launch. Appreciate you all. It's been fun. It's been real, and I will see you on the next one.
Appreciate you. Bye, Jason. Thank you.
Bye.
All right, SpaceX in 5 minutes. Let's see if we can get this rocket ship into the air.
Place is changing every single day. We've grown quite a bit just in the last couple of years. There's a couple hundred employees, their families living amongst actual rockets. We're in the process of expanding production and integration. We've got a target of 1,000 Starships a year we're going to try to hit. And recently, we did become a city of our own. We're the first city in Cameron County in 30 years. And that's just going to help us scale more quickly, try to build out the best community possible for all the people that are building the future of humanity's place in space. Starbase, pretty easily one of the most inspiring, exciting, unique places to live and work on the planet. As usual, shameless plug, we're always hiring. Come help us build the gateway to Mars. Visit spacex.com/careers. You can see all of our openings.
And this is my first time in Starbase. And Dan, the Star Factory is a manufacturing engineer's dream. To be able to build a factory like this at such a large scale with such a large scale vehicle is so wild to me. And though I'm just visiting, Chris is hanging out right where I call home base. So let's check back in with Chris in Hawthorne.
Thanks, Jesse. Yeah, everything here in Hawthorne is looking good. The crowd is gathered, really excited to watch the hard work of all of their colleagues come to fruition here for Starship on its 9th flight test. Not tracking any issues. We are excited to watch Starship do its thing today, make it halfway around the world, and test a lot of those critical in-space maneuvers and operations that will be vital for the program's continued operation. So Dan and Jesse, we can't wait for liftoff. Let's have a good flight today.
Thanks, Chris. Now, if you're just now joining us, where have you been? But we're glad that you're joining us now. We are at T-minus just under 6 minutes until liftoff of the 9th Starship test flight. So far, the range is looking good. All the airspace and trajectory area that we are going to be launching through is looking good for our test flight today. Weather has been great. It was a little rainy and windy this morning, but it cleared up. It looks beautiful here in Starbase, and propellant loading continues on both stages.
All right. Yeah, it is continuing. We're a little over 90% full on our booster. We are pretty much full in the main tanks on ship, filling up those header tanks. We're going to continue loading prop for about 2 more minutes.
All right, what do you guys think? So we got 5 minutes. This is the Starship. The last one failed, right? Am I wrong or did it fail? I'm pretty sure it failed. We watched it live. I think it was 4 months ago. This is the 9th one. I'm pretty sure all of them have failed, right? Am I wrong on this? I think we watched it fail last time. And so this is the first one, or this is like the last 3. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it was a partial failure, right? Because they got into, yeah, it didn't catch. Exactly. It didn't catch. Okay, so let's put in the chat. We're going to do a mini version of pump or dump here. Starship Starship, fail, succeed, and then we'll do half fail, half succeed. Like, will they be able to pull off the entirety of it? And then Tessie after hours, 365. She's not slowing down after hours. Tesla, I mean, dude, that 367 on the weekly, if it closes above that, that can be very excited. Literally, Tim Waltz was the bottom. Like, actually, he was the bottom, which is crazy. But, you know, this could be either bad for the space names after hours if it fails, even though it really doesn't affect all the space names. Rock Lab right here, just under 30 after hours. But it also could be really good if this ends up working.
The day one pretty visual one will be if the water starts flowing for that deflector system that's underneath the launch mount. That happens right at around T-minus 10 seconds. For flowing water, we can't turn it off after it starts. And if we hit a hold, we're scrubbed for the day. We would need to refill those water tanks. We would also at that point need to refill all of the propellant tanks, as 11 million pounds of propellant is a whole lot. We can typically do that in about 24 hours, so we can always turn around to try again tomorrow. But we are coming up on 3 minutes away from liftoff. We should be hearing that we're closed out of prop load on the ship at this point. Booster coming up shortly.
Wow, the weather just looks amazing there with Starship on the launch pad. Just about 2 minutes and 45 seconds from T0 with a lot of objectives for today. The booster, the Super Heavy booster flying today, will be flying for its second time. Last flight was on flight 7 and just turned around in 2 flights, which is pretty incredible. I'm super excited to see that booster fly again.
All right, we did just hear we are going to hold at T-minus 40 seconds. So we'll pass along some more information once we hear that reason. But again, that's not the end of the day. We can hold at T-minus 40 seconds for quite a few minutes. We eventually have to start looking at our temperature of all of our propellant on board. That's usually what drives us to, if we've held too long, we have to stand down for the day. So we are expecting a hold at T-minus 40 seconds. Sounds like we're going to be doing some additional checkouts on the boost.
Okay, so if they delay this, I got Vlad at the Bitcoin conference. We can watch him. These things, you know, it tends to happen. They're launching stuff into space, so this might end up being a much more longer delay. But we can see what Vlad had to say at Bitcoin, and then we can go from there. Yeah, it looks like they're going to hold. All right, so I will transition back to them once they're done with that hold, but it looks like at 40 seconds they will. Let's see if they officially do it, and then we'll switch.
Be able to hold, as Dan has been saying, and recycle if we need to, or pause so that we can work through those issues and see if it's something that we need to stand down for. And as Dan mentioned, we will be holding at T-minus 40 seconds, so in about 20 seconds from now.
Yeah, so we'll hold there, and they'll work through these final checkouts on, sounds like just one of those Raptors on the first stage on Super Heavy, which, as you said, we're reflying it for the first time. 29 of those 33 engines have already been used in a launch, one of which has already launched
twice, and we'll go for
it.
It
is getting ready for its third
time.
Right. And you just heard our flight director for the day, Joe Sliker. He just shared that we are going to hold at this T-minus 40 second mark. Keep an eye on one of those Raptor engines on booster.
All right, let's transition to Vlad. I will be back to them once they get through that.
Can we give him a round of applause? The first one ever.
I know we've had our team obviously here before, but I thought I would check out what all the fuss is about, you know?
Yeah, this is my second year, so pretty cool to see everybody back. And it's obviously, I just think it just gets bigger every year, to be perfectly honest, as crypto gets bigger every year. And I want to start with that. Our panel topic is obviously tokenization, but I'd like to get your take on sort of the macro view of how do you see Bitcoin from an institutional and, more importantly, a retail adoption perspective. How is it now in 2025? And what are the barriers? How far do we have to go to see even more adoption?
Yeah, these are great questions. Bitcoin's been around for a while now, and I'd say even in the previous administration, there was sort of like more widespread acceptance of Bitcoin itself as an asset. You imagine, 10 years ago, it was a very different story. Like mobile apps that offered access to Bitcoin were not even allowed on the.
It looked like they got rid of the hold, guys. That was pretty quick. Here we go.
Ready to take off from Starbase.
All right, 20 seconds. Here we go. 9th attempt for Starflight or Starship. The Starship flight test, 10 seconds. Here we go.
We did have a hold, and looks like the clock jumped back to T-minus 40 seconds.
Oh, never mind. They got back to 40 seconds.
All right, so we jumped out. I did not see the deflector go off. So hopefully we were right at around that T-minus 10-second mark.
And if we were before that T-minus 10-second mark, we do have the ability to recycle, as we mentioned earlier, back to T-minus 40 seconds.
So it looked like this time it was a ground side issue.
Okay, never mind. We'll go back to Vlad.
The App Store for a time period. So we made a ton of progress. And yeah, relatively recently it shifted, I'd say, in Washington from Bitcoin not really being questioned anymore. And now what I'm most interested in is there's sort of two different ways that you could look at cryptocurrency in general. One is as a tradable asset that you can buy, sell, or hold, much like a stock. The other is as an underlying technology. And I think the next step that we're right on the cusp of is how can we actually get securities on blockchains? How can we actually get this crypto technology to update and...
Vlad's talking tokenization. This could be the next evolution of what Robinhood goes after in the crypto space.
Kind of disrupt the traditional financial system.
You're seeing a lot of interest from your retail customers in crypto specifically. I think you had some really good numbers in your earnings recently that suggested crypto trading was up something like 100%, I believe. And that just seems to signal that crypto, people are using Robinhood for crypto. They're not just using the crypto native trading outfits.
Yeah, we've become one of the largest retail crypto platforms. We've been growing market share, and we're actually relatively early to offering Bitcoin and other cryptos, particularly when you lump us in with the traditional financial players and brokerages. When we offered crypto in 2018, traditional financial companies were staying as far away from it as possible. Right. And I think that led to a lot of retail adoption. I think the last numbers that we announced, over 10 million people, retail investors, Americans, hold cryptocurrencies in their Robinhood accounts, and they believe in it. I mean, our customers, obviously they see it as an opportunity to generate wealth, but also as an opportunity to buy into the future of the financial system. Mm-hmm. And in that way, it's kind of similar to an investment in electric vehicles or artificial intelligence or all of these other frontier technologies, because as a young person, investing is as much about making money as it is about sharing a point of view and a prediction and an opinion for what's going to drive technology and society in the future.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of driving technology and society, let's talk about tokenization. I feel like tokenization has become the buzzword for this cycle, maybe similar to how meme coins and NFTs were a previous cycle. Do you see the hype around tokenization as justified, or is it merely hype?
Yeah, I mean, I personally believe that it's very justified. I think I've been one of the people that have been talking about it. And I think there's a huge potential in the same way that stable coins and stablecoin clarity driving US dollar dominance, particularly abroad, tokenization of securities could drive continued dominance of US companies. So that's going to be good for the companies themselves because it'll plug them into a global market of liquidity. And that could be useful for trading, but also for raising private capital, primary capital.
There is a chance that automation will kick us out again if we encounter the same issue. But for now, the clock is rolling. We'll see if we pass around.
All right, we're back. All right, folks, there it is. We are alive to witness this, folks. We are alive to witness this. There she goes. That is pretty incredible, man.
Plus 40 seconds. It's one hell of a sight from here. We see it arcing right over top of us. We see 33 out of 33 Raptor engines lit on Super Heavy as it starts to ascend skyward. Coming up on maximum aerodynamic pressure, then only about a minute and a half until we get into hot staging.
Wow, Dan, that was incredible. We could feel the building shaking here, feel the vehicle's power. Now we're just about a minute away from shutting down those engines on the booster. Again, this booster is flying for its second time today.
All right, so hot staging coming up a little under a minute. We're going to see all but the 3 center engines turn off on the booster. So our version of MECO, most engines cut off. And then just a few seconds later, hoping to see 6 engines ignite on ship to push it away. All right, hot staging, about 30 seconds.
All right, so that was the initial liftoff. Eventually, we're going to have to catch the booster.
And definitely keep an eye on which way the booster flips. First ever directional flip we're going for today. Should flip straight up.
Put in the chat if you would take a ride to space, even if it was for 10 minutes. Put in the chat if you would do it, if you would actually do it.
Ship ignition. Stage separation.
Incredible flip by Super Heavy booster, and you can see those 6 engines, those 3 engines on the ship ignited.
6 healthy Raptors running on ship on its way to space. Peek that engine view. Booster doing the boost back. Chris, how's it looking over there in Hawthorne, man?
It is looking
chamber pressure is nominal.
It is looking absolutely incredible here in Hawthorne. As we said, 6 healthy engines on ship. We've got 13 out of 13 engines on the booster. Now down to those 3, which is what we expect in the final moments of the boost back burn. Now, as a reminder, we are not recovering the Super Heavy booster today. We are instead going to do some
shutdown.
And there we had a good shutdown of the boost back burn. Next up will be the jettison of that hot stage ring.
Avionics power and telemetry nominal.
Great call out there that everything looking nominal aboard the Super Heavy vehicle, which is returning to Earth. And we're going to be doing some experiments with it, including a higher angle of attack re-entry. as well as some engine tests as it gets closer to the Gulf. We are, again, because of these tests not recovering it, we are sending it to the Gulf on purpose to do those tests. But again, you see the booster on the left-hand side of your screen. You see ship with 6 healthy engines continuing its ascent to its planned suborbital trajectory. Everything going very well so far for Starship's 9th flight. Now 4 minutes, 15 seconds in. Great views from inside of the aft engine area of ship there, looking at those 3 sea level and 3 Raptor engines on the right-hand side of your screen. The booster doing its LOX dump, that liquid oxygen dump. So because we don't need some of that liquid oxygen propellant in its tanks, we vent that propellant out to lessen the booster's mass as it comes in for its landing. Just absolutely gorgeous views watching these 2 vehicles do their respective things in the skies over Texas here today. And Dan, we're approaching the 5-minute mark into the flight. Super Heavy is descending rapidly. What can we expect here in the next few minutes as it does its atmospheric tests?
Yeah, now as we had talked about, Super Heavy might not have a very smooth ride down. We're going to be putting it through this higher angle of attack. So we're kind of pitching it up a tiny bit, increasing drag. We've done this in wind tunnels. We've done this in computer modeling. It shows that sometimes the control isn't great, but only one way to really prove it out, and that's to get real world data. So here comes Super Heavy. It should be igniting for its landing burn in just about 40 seconds from now.
And we are going to relight 13 engines, then bring that down to 3 engines. As we talked about earlier, we will be intentionally shutting down. We will be shutting down one of those 3 center engines intentionally to push the limits of the Super Heavy booster.
Ship Raptor, chamber pressure is nominal.
And continuing to see 6 healthy engines on the ship. 3 sea level and 3 vacuum engines still ignited as the Super Heavy booster is making its way back down to Earth.
We can see those grid fins doing some heavy work.
Booster landing startup.
Ignited for our landing burn.
Dude, that looks crazy.
It may have ended with that landing burn.
Dude, that's Earth. Look at that. That's really
Does
Earth.
look like we lost telemetry from the booster once we started into that landing burn. Did you see her confirmation that the booster did demise? So the booster's flight ending before it was able to get through landing burn. But again, we are not bringing that back. We were expecting it to make a hard splashdown in the Gulf. We were getting live data back the entire time through that high angle of attack flight. So that was something that was really vital for us to get during this reuse. First free flight of booster in the books. All right, ship has about 2 minutes left.
You know, Earth doesn't look that flat.
In about 2 minutes, we expect all 6 Raptor engines to shut down. That will be FICO. Basically, second engine or second stage engine shut off.
Yeah, it looks pretty round from here. Doesn't look as flat as some people think.
End of the ship. Watching as the engines stay ignited with the Earth in the background.
As always, the Starship avionics team, the techs. I think we just heard the booster. But all right, we got about a minute left into this burn. All eyes definitely on ship as we get through the final stages into its ascent. We're expecting it to start to cut those engines off in about 45 seconds.
Bro, it's really wild. We all live on that thing in different parts.
Terminal guidance.
All right, here we go.
All right, just about 30 seconds to go.
Thoughts on NVIDIA tomorrow?
Guidance.
Hopefully.
The final stages of this ascent burn.
Hopefully they go to Mars like this rocket will one day.
We did see shutdown of the Raptor engines. We do stagger these, so we do the Raptors first, Those 3 have shut down successfully. Sea levels still running.
Ship engine cut off.
Ship engine cut off, the 3 most beautiful words in the English language.
And great call out that we had nominal insertion. An incredible flight test so far today. We reflew a super heavy booster for the very first time in 9 test flights. Ship is in its orbital trajectory. Again, it's going to remain suborbital for its mission today. But it ignited It ignited all 6 of its engines and made it all the way through SECO just now.
What a moment. Huh.
Incredible.
All right. But I mean, that's still lots to come for the rest of this flight. Per usual, I need to collect myself. Hey, Chris, how's it going over there in Hawthorne, man? How's everybody doing?
I think the elation and the excitement and the happiness at what we just saw achieved carried through across all of our sites. What an incredible view to see Starship back orbiting the Earth just under 11 minutes into our mission. Absolutely exciting to see all of this and super pumped, especially to see all of the team's hard work in action here today. As guaranteed, it has been an exciting evening so far for Starship's 9th test flight. We lifted off a little bit after 6:30 p.m. after a couple of holds that were triggered at the T-minus 40-second mark, but we were able to clear those, one on the Raptor, one on the Tower, and we were able to lift off successfully from Starbase. 33 out of 33 Raptor engines lit on the Super Heavy, all 6 engines lit on Ship, bringing it to its planned suborbital trajectory around Earth. But as Dan said, we've got a lot still coming up in our flight sequence. So coming up at about T plus 18 minutes, 26 seconds, we'll have the first deployment of simulated Starlink satellites planned from Starship. That will be followed at about T plus 37 minutes and 49 seconds by the relight of a single Raptor sea level engine in space. This is going to help us gather data on our ability to do a deorbit burn for future Starship missions that will go orbital. And then, of course, one of the biggest tests yet to come is the new heat shield modifications to Starship. And that'll start with reentry into Earth's atmosphere at about the T plus 45 minute mark, which should take about 16, 18 minutes to complete. And now today's reentry is going to test that heat shield like we said, specifically how Starship will hold up to 100 missing heat shield tiles on its thermal protection system. Now, we purposely took those 100 tiles off over very critical areas of the vehicle to be able to safely test on a flight like this suborbital trajectory into the Indian Ocean what might happen on an operational flight in those areas if we were to lose the primary heat shield tile over Starship. So very critical test coming up. And then after that, we'll have the final descent where we will again be pushing Starship to its limits. We definitely pushed the booster to its limits today to gather data, and we're going to be doing the exact same thing on that ship, seeing how the ship handles various flight conditions that we will need it to fly in as we look to one day soon bring ships back to Starbase for catch and reuse. Now, while there are payload simulators on Starship for deployment today, as we will see in a few minutes, the primary data and the primary payload for today is the data. And today, just like with Starship's previous test flights, that data is coming to us courtesy of our Starlink network. In fact, it is from Starlink that you are seeing these wonderful views of Ship in space right now. So, and I can't wait to see Starlink really provide those epic views and that data transmission during reentry, which is very, very critical to getting that data during reentry. So Dan and Jesse, it's been an exciting day so far. There's more to come as we get ready for Starship's first ever payload deploy. What can we expect next here in the next few minutes?
Thanks, Chris. Just going to reiterate, thank you to the Starlink team for these incredible views today. In a few minutes, Starship will deploy 8 Starlink simulators, similar in size to our next generation Starlink satellites. The Starlink simulators will be on the same suborbital trajectory as Starship, meaning they will passively re-enter the atmosphere, just like Starship. With tests like these, we can see how Starship's payload deploy systems work in flight while ensuring that this simulator satellites pose no safety risk to people on Earth or for other satellites in orbit. Now, this also ensures that any parts of these simulator Starlink satellites that do survive reentry splash down harmlessly in the middle of the Indian Ocean.
And then before we get there, though, we're going to have to open up that payload deploy door. So we've only ever done that one time before. Pretty sure it was flight 3. Someone on the internet, please check me. But that was the only time we ever opened it. And we've had Starlink simulators on the last 2 flights, but we haven't gotten to this moment yet where we're able to open up the payload door and start deploying these. It's going to be pretty cool. We've got them stacked inside of the Starship payload bay, and we'll have potentially a couple of views. You saw one camera pop up. Oh, there we go. Look inside of the payload bay of Starship. You can see them stacked down in the middle of your view. There's kind of 4 on either side, so they're sandwiched on top of each other, a stack of 4 right behind each other. And then we're going to pop the door open. It's on the right side of your screen, so we'll see that open up and then start firing those Starlink simulators out into space.
We are expecting the payload door to open in a little over a minute from now. And then once that payload door is open, about a couple minutes later is when we will start dispensing those Starlink simulators. What a great view.
So this is how SpaceX makes money. I mean, this is one of their fastest parts of the business, right? Starlink. So the reason they sent this up into space is to unload these satellites. And, they're getting paid a lot of money to be able to do these launches.
Truly insane things in terms of speeds from space and what we're able to do. Starlink's been really great for Starship, obviously. Getting live video back is really cool, but just the amount of high-speed telemetry, everything we're able to get back is insane. And for a development program, that's kind of everything. We're in excess of 130 or 160. My numbers are fuzzy right now, just like my brain is, but well in excess of 100 megabits per second of downlink. And a lot of that gets eaten up by video. We've got dozens of cameras across Starship. We added several more. For this flight, you saw a couple of those as we have essentially 360 degrees. Oh, open the pod bay door, Hal.
Now we are expecting the payload door to open any moment now. So we're watching out for that. Again, you're looking at the inside of Starship as it's suborbital.
There's definitely a lot of dust. That's for sure.
Well, we heard the door open was in progress. It was unable to actuate all the way open, so they are going to close it back up. Hal told me no. He said, I'm sorry, Dan. Can't do that. Looks like we won't get the door open today. But that's okay. This is obviously a test we want to be able to do before we're deploying full-on Starlinks. But the real focus for this, now that we are in space, is getting to that reentry. That is the most critical phase of Starship that we still have to prove out.
Tesla's 5 cents away from 367.
All right, well, so it does look like we're not going to be able to deploy Starlinks today, but we should have pretty frequent views from Starship. They might cut in and out. every once in a while, but should be pretty regular. We are in darkness right now, so might be a lot of black, but the cool part is when we get to reentry, it's going to be daytime.
Yes, and we did that on purpose so that we can get some live daytime views as ship is returning back to Earth.
All right, so we are going to take a break. Enjoy these views as we get them. Enjoy the tunes. We'll be back in a couple of minutes when we get ready to relight one of those Raptor engines.
Okay, so we'll get back to them in a couple of minutes. I think we still have to wait for catching the booster, right? That's like the next big part of this. But it looks like the door is not working on this one today, which again wasn't necessarily the purpose of today's launch, but yeah, that is something that we are not likely going to see. Okay, we got a couple minutes. Vlad, let's get back to him.
It's also good for people outside the US because they could be plugged into the most innovative and attractive assets. It could be easier for those folks to build wealth over time.
Oh, you guys are saying no catch today? Oh, they're letting the booster. Oh, yeah, you're right. No, you're right. He did mention it's going to fall into the Gulf. Okay. All right. So then, hold on. Is there anything else we need to watch then on this? Or is that's it then, right? There's nothing. Yeah, you're right. They did say they're going to let it fall into the Gulf. All right. So if the doors aren't opening and we're not going to see a catch, then I think that's pretty much it. It doesn't feel like there's anything else to watch on that. Is there or no? Yes or no? Gulf of America or Gulf of Mexico? Oh my gosh. What about Nvidia? Dude, Nvidia's tomorrow. We got to see if she can put up a fight. We're going to see it melt as they re-enter. Okay, we can watch that. I'm fine with watching that. All right, so we'll go back to Vlad. I think their stream will be back in like a couple minutes, and then we'll watch the melting of it.
So I think those are the international benefits of it. Even in the US, it could be very, very helpful. The idea that you can self-custody a stock or a security is incredibly powerful because if you've tried to move your stocks from one broker to another, it takes multiple days. Sometimes you have to go into a physical branch office. You have to talk on the phone to someone. So people just don't do it. Your stocks are very much locked into a particular broker. And I think it's a risk management issue. If something happens to that broker and you're unable to get into and out of positions, I think that's a big problem. And that's just one of the things that tokenization could help address, which I think eventually when everyone kind of sees the benefits of this technology, it'll go from being a possibility to actually being inevitable.
So Kraken obviously just announced that they are planning to tokenize stocks for investors outside of the United States. There was a report that Robinhood is looking to do the same for European investors. Can you confirm or deny that that is in fact the case? And if so, kind of how are you planning on going about that? When can we expect an announcement?
Yeah, I usually don't like to announce products before they're live. So obviously, if there were to be a product,
all right, they're definitely doing it, bro. They're like, if there were to be a product, like, come on, bro, they're doing this shit. They are doing it probably at that France event in June. And who knows, bro? Maybe they get re-rated again if the street really thinks this is the next evolution of tokenization.
You and you guys all would be the first to hear about it, the small group of people. And I would say in general, there's been a lot of people talking about tokenization and throwing the buzzword around. And I'm generally not a huge fan of that. Like I prefer to create products that people can use. And so I think it's right now is about the time where we have to move from talking about it to actually putting product into people's hands. So I'm excited to see what.
That's basically him saying, I'm not going to say shit. I'm going to show you guys probably in a month what we're doing. That's a technology CEO, folks. That is a technology CEO. Not empty promises, but someone who wants to deliver and not just tell you about what they're going to do. And it seems like in the next month, they're going to show it off.
Kraken puts out. Obviously, thus far, it's just been a press release and kind of an intention to launch. But, you know, I like that team. You know, we collaborate on several things. So more new technology transforming traditional financial services, I think is going to be better for all of us.
Are you waiting on more regulatory clarity for launching maybe a tokenization product in the US? I feel like I actually did have a conversation with another exchange. I said, you know, Kraken announced this. What about you guys? And they said, well, we really want to wait until we can offer these products to US investors. And, you know, I feel like that is obviously something that a lot of crypto companies have been waiting to do because of this regulatory climate change. You know, is that something that Robinhood is maybe using as a green light? It's more regulatory clarity. And does that come from Congress or does that come from the SEC?
Yeah, there's a lot of layers to this question. I think the first thing is that in the US, we already have it pretty good. I mean, you can download Robinhood. It's fairly easy to set up an account. You get access to thousands of securities. It's highly regulated. The user experience is pretty good. We have over 1,000 securities that trade 24/5. And of course, we'd love that to be 24/7, which tokenization would make a little bit easier. But we already have it pretty good relative to the rest of the world, where in most places they don't have functional banking systems. You can't easily invest in US stocks. So there's that. There are benefits, of course, to tokenization. But I think the delta between what we have in the US and tokenization is largely going to be a back-end efficiency improvement. That said, we do believe that it should happen, and there's a lot of interest in making it happen, both from industry and from the regulators. So I think that the SEC has the authority to enable tokenization of securities on an exemptive basis. So without congressional action. And that's something we're working with them to figure out. Johan, who's our crypto GM, participated in the SEC Crypto Task Force Roundtable on tokenization just a couple weeks ago. Obviously, the White House has had the Crypto Summit, and I think there's excitement from the administration and from the SEC to figure this out and to be among the first to do it. And I think it'll unlock a lot of things. But yeah, I think it can be done in the US as well without necessarily having Congress act.
Yeah, you guys met with the task force, I believe it was back in February, and tokenization was a point that came up in that meeting as well. So you would say the SEC is taking this issue pretty seriously.
Yeah, and I think that just the equivalence, saying that if a security or a stock trades on a blockchain, it can be treated as a security, just like one that goes through the DTCC and central clearing. And it's not treated as some sort of derivative. I think that would be great progress. Another thing that I think would be massively transformative in the US is tokenization of private companies.
Oh, this is the big one. Instead of going through Chamath's whatever fund to get access to SpaceX, if Vlad can tokenize these private companies and we can just buy them on Robinhood, in the US at least, and then probably on Europe, I mean, like if they can tokenize it across the world, that can get very exciting for the Andros, the SpaceXs, all those companies.
So I think public stock is one thing. Private companies are just inaccessible to retail today. And part of it is the net worth and income requirements, which basically shut out all but the top 20% of individuals. So we live in a strange world where SpaceX and OpenAI are deemed too risky.
By the way, I'll say this right here. If anyone wants to invest in Apptronic, email me. I got an allocation from someone 2 days ago. Market cap is 2.25 billion. That is a 50% premium to what they just raised at 1.5 billion. If you're an accredited investor, I think the minimum is 25K and you are interested. I don't make any money off this. I'm not sponsoring anything. Like I got Doug into Anduril, and so he might get into Eptronic. Doug, you guys know him in the chat. I don't know how much space they have, but if you are interested, you can email me. I'll put my email in the chat, and I'll see if I can get you connected. I don't know when the deadline is either, so I just but let me know. And if anyone wants to get in, I will do my best to get some people in. So okay, I think is the thing back? Let's see. No, it's not back. It's not back yet. Okay, we'll go back to Vlad. So yeah, so I there's a group that they offered me Anduril at 20 billion last year. I didn't take it. Dougie took it instead. So I also wasn't super liquid last year. But they do a bunch of these. They do Databricks, OpenAI, do all these stuff. Again, you could either buy it on Hive yourself, which is like a secondary marketplace we talked about a lot, or you can do it through an SPV. Now, in an SPV, there's fees, there's carry, there's interest, there's a higher valuation, but it gets you directly into the company. So deadline's the 30th. Okay, cool. So Doug's doing Anduril and Eptronic. Again, I make no money from this. I don't get any fees or anything on this. I've developed a little bit of a network. And so if anyone wants to get in, message me. I guess you got 3 days now. The deadline is the 30th, and I'll see if I can help people get in.
For retail investors, but meme coins are okay. Right. And obviously, I'm a fan of meme coins. I think people should be able to do what they want with their money. But the juxtaposition of being able to invest as much as you want in a meme coin, while SpaceX and OpenAI are just inaccessible, just doesn't make sense. So that's one thing we're pushing towards, more clarity for how retail can invest in private companies. And if we tokenize those private companies, you solve a lot of other problems like access to liquidity, having the ability to trade in and out of them, and access to a global market of hundreds of millions of people that have Bitcoin and crypto wallets already. So I think we already have the technology. Now with some regulatory clarity and a rethink of the accreditation laws, you can find companies like OpenAI and SpaceX and potentially thousands of others trading just like stocks. And I think that would actually be an enormous unlock.
The Starlink satellites are pretty robust to still maintaining contact. We've got 4 of those terminals on the vehicle.
All right, back to SpaceX.
In a spin, essentially. So we should hopefully continue to keep live views. It's going to still be dark until we get a little bit closer to entry, as we are a little bit, we're coming up on Africa. I believe we do swing just to the south of that continent. And by the time we start heading out over the Indian Ocean, we'll start heading into a sunrise. So not looking great with a lot of our on-orbit objectives for today, where we were hoping to do the PES deploy and relight an engine, and then really importantly, get into that controlled entry to really put the heat shield through the ringer. Nonetheless, Starship marching forward towards that re-entry over the Indian Ocean. So we'll continue to hang with it and give you any updates as things continue to change.
Okay, so is it not working? Is that it? I had to step away for a second when they were talking, but is it like just not a thing? And if it's not, then again, it's still a test one, so that's okay. But yeah, it's just spinning around, right? That's what it's doing at this point. Yeah, Doug, can you explain what's going on? What's happening here? For those that don't know, Doug launches his own rockets at like competitive tournaments and stuff. Engineers didn't drink a Celsius. Oh my gosh. All right, we'll go back to Vlad, but it looks like they're still trying to figure out what they're doing, if it's still going to work.
Significant increase in capital formation, new startups, and GDP growth that's broadly shared with everyone. I mean, back in the 80s, you used to be able to buy a public company like Microsoft or Apple at a pretty small valuation and get a huge increase in the public markets. Now those opportunities are tough to come by. You know, companies are going public at valuations of tens or hundreds of billions. They're staying private longer. And so the profits, the appreciation is accruing to a smaller and smaller group of wealthy insiders.
Would you say there's more upside to investing in a private company than a public company, if that were to be a possibility?
I mean, I think the upside is definitely greater where the risk is greater. So for sure, there's also higher risk, and there's a legitimate investor protection disclosure argument that can be made. But I actually think there's solutions to all of those. We can open up access and make sure that investors are informed and they know exactly what they're buying. And
he's right about this. Remember, the accreditation laws in this country were meant to protect smaller investors from getting scammed because most startups fail. But it is very easy with technology on your Robinhood app to just like have, you know, random startup that just rated pre-seed as like rated as very risky, and you put some big capital letters, you know, make them in red, let people know, hey, you're probably going to lose your money if you invest in this. And then you have SpaceX, which is like more safe than probably most companies in the public markets, and it's very easy to differentiate. And if you still want to invest after something saying, hey, you're probably going to lose your money, that's your choice. But to say that, you know, you have to have $1 million net worth just to be able to throw 25,000 into something that's risky because it's at the seed stage, it's patronizing. And it's like, it's 20th century legislation that does not make any sense.
Selling. And that's where kind of sensible regulation can help take us.
Is Main Street ready for tokenization? You say the average retail investor understands tokenization, and if not, what would be your maybe elevator pitch to someone? Why should I want tokenization?
I think that the best products, and people have been saying this for a long time, by the way, the best products should actually abstract the underlying technology so that you only need to interact with it when you absolutely need to. So I think what that means is when you have something that's powered by crypto technology, you can buy or sell it through your Robinhood app or your non-custodial wallet in much the same way that you buy or sell a stock or a future or an option. Like the interface is very, very familiar. And you only really need to interact with the blockchain when you're actually sending it across crypto rails. And of course, there's a lot of details with how you handle decentralized exchanges and self-custody. But just in the past 3 years, I think there have been tremendous user experience improvements. So I no longer think that product complexity is a huge barrier. I think a lot of people, including folks in this room, have done a lot of great work in making simpler interfaces.
There's a saying called tokenize everything, or we
Starship, something similar happened, different cause, but same symptom back on flight 3, where we weren't able to maintain attitude control in orbit. And so we're going to skip the relight of that Raptor engine while we're in space. We are going to still proceed with entry, but as we are not able to control the attitude of the ship, as we get into entry, it will enter in whatever orientation it is in at the time, which does not bode well for the ship's heat shield, as we're not going to be essentially aligned the way that we want to do for reentry. So it is definitely coming down. It is definitely heading to the Indian Ocean, but our chances of making it all the way down are pretty slim. So we'll still get as much data as we can. We're still getting live telemetry, live views from Starlink the entire time, and we'll continue to stick with ship as it continues on. We are about 10 minutes away.
All right, so we're done with Starship for today. Looks like this one's not going to play out. We'll finish with Vlad. I think he's got like 5 minutes left, and then we will be done for the market close today.
And a big proponent of.
Also, we got 2 more things, bro. We got the daily recap in like an hour, so you still have that. And then we got Tanner, Roy, and myself for for Tech Bros Weekly at 9:30. So yeah, even though the market close will end, we still have 2 more things left for the day.
Of that is actually BlackRock CEO Larry Fink. Surprising. Maybe 5 years ago, you would have thought he would never have said something like that. But in his annual shareholder letter, he said, we can tokenize every stock, every bond. I want to get your take on that. Should we be tokenizing everything, or should we just be tokenizing highly liquid assets, or can it literally be anything we want? Practically.
Tokenizing everything is tricky. Now, can I think of anything that I wouldn't have tokenized? I think if it's legal, if it's a security, if it's a commodity, if it's some sort of collectible, and generally we want to allow retail investors and institutional, but we're mostly talking about retail, there's a huge benefit to it. And we should have an open, competitive market where people can try as long as it's legal. And if there's a market for it, if people want it, why not?
What would be the most surprising tokenized asset maybe Robinhood would offer in the next 5 to 10 years?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. So if I think about what the technology trends over the next 10 years that'll likely shape society will be, there's obviously crypto. There's also AI, right? And one of the things that AI is making possible is more and more value being created with fewer resources. So I think you'll start to see more single person companies. Right now, it's very hard for a single person to run a company and to scale it to a valuation of billions of dollars. I mean, there's smaller companies for sure, but as AI models get better, you can imagine entire teams, functions that you would have had teams do being replaced by AIs. And so I think you'll have more single person companies. And you have to imagine that they'll be tokenized and they'll trade on blockchains just like other assets. And so you'll be able to essentially invest in a person or the economic activities of a project that is run by a single person.
Or like a personal brand?
Yeah.
So those are very important these days.
Very important.
As someone like me would know.
I mean, I guess Bitcoin in a sense is that, right?
Yeah.
It's the personal brand of Satoshi Nakamoto backed by technology.
Yes.
So
we are
maybe it's not a new idea, but I think it's very powerful.
Amazing. I don't know where that 20 minutes went, but thank you for everybody.
All right, there we go. Looks like it's going to be very exciting for the future of Robinhood and tokenization. Kathy Wood bought 50,000 shares of AMD today. She bought 21,000 shares of Nvidia. She sold 95,000 shares of Roblox, and she sold 27,000 shares of Tesla. She then bought another 46,000 shares of AMD, another 13,000 shares of Nvidia. She sold 58,000 shares of CRWV, and she bought Lunar, 50,000 shares, and then 6,200 shares of L3 Harris. She also bought 230,000 shares of CRISPR. And then she sold 137,000 shares of Path. And then she bought another 32,000 shares of CRISPR. So there you go. Bullish AMD and Nvidia. She's buying them, at least Nvidia before earnings, and selling off a little bit of Tesla here on the day. All right, cool. That is it. Daily recap out in about an hour. Tanner, Roy, and I will be live in also basically an hour to talk about Hoodie today and Nvidia preview. We'll go deeper into the numbers. After hours right now, Tessie 366.5, Hoodie 66, Nvidia 135.96. Nvidia trying to crack 136, and then Palantir 123.50 currently right now after hours. All right, cool. Fun stream, 4 hours. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. If you go back in the chapters, you'll see all the different stocks we talked about today with Jason. And we'll be live later tonight and then back tomorrow on the Market Open. All right. Bye, everyone. Thanks for rocking with me. I'll see you guys later today and then on the Market Open tomorrow. Bye, everyone. Have a good one.